land that would one day give birth to the mightiest empire of the ancient world was, in its beginning, just a patch of rugged hills and gentle valleys, laced by a slow, winding river known as the Tiber. The region was called Latium, a place of mystery and raw, untamed nature, where thick woods covered the slopes and marshlands whispered with the hum of insects and the distant cries of birds. Long before marble columns and triumphal arches, long before the clash of swords and the roar of crowds, there was only the land, ancient and eternal, waiting for a legend to awaken. Picture, in your mind, the dawn breaking over the 7 hills. The mist is still thick, curling between the ancient trees, and the first rays of sun catch the dew on the grass, making the ground shimmer like a bed of emeralds. Somewhere, a wolf moves silently, her breath visible in the cold air. The land is wild, not yet marked by the hand of civilization, yet you can almost feel the weight of destiny pressing down, whispering of the greatness yet to come. These hills, human life was both fragile and resilient. Small tribes clustered in rough huts of wood and straw, living on the edge of the unknown. They were farmers and shepherds, hunters and gatherers, their days measured by the rise and fall of the sun, their nights filled with the songs of the stars and the shadows of things unseen. To live here, one had to be strong, clever, and cautious. The rive. The air was thick with might. But perhaps the greatest power in this world was imagination. The ability to look at the untamed wilderness and see not just what was, but what could be. In the eyes of these early Latins, the hills and rivers became the stage for legends. Every night around the fire, stories grew, changing with each telling, weaving a tapestry of meaning out of the threads of daily life. It was in these stories that the idea of Rome first took shape, not as a city, not as an empire, but as a dream. The people here were not alone. All around Latium, other tribes lived and struggled, each with their own traditions and ambitions. The Etruscans, to the north, mysterious and wealthy, built cities of stone and worshipped strange gods. The Greeks, far to the south, brought knowledge, art, and a spirit of competition. There were the Sabines, fierce and independent, and the Samnites, masters of the mountains. Rome was not born in isolation. From the very start, it was shaped by contact, by conflict and cooperation, by the blending of cultures and the friction of difference. Yet, despite these many influences, the Romans would come to see themselves as something special, something set apart. They believed that they had a destiny written in the stars, that the gods themselves had chosen them for greatness. This sense of purpose was both a comfort and a challenge. It pushed them to strive, to endure, to reach beyond what was possible. In time, it would also justify conquest, empire, and the subjugation of others. But in these earliest days, it was simply a spark, a reason to hope, to dream, to survive. As the sun climbs higher, the world comes alive. Men and women emerge from their homes, gathering water from the river, tending to the fields, calling to their children. There's laughter, argument, the soft clatter of tools. Life here is ordinary and extraordinary at once. Every action is a gamble, every day a gift. The dangers are real: wild boars in the forest, sudden storms that flood the fields, sickness that sweeps through the huts. But so too are the moments of joy, the first green shoots of spring, the taste of ripe fruit, the warmth of the fire in winter. It is in this land, in this time, that we must begin our journey. To understand Rome, we must first understand the world from which it grew. For Rome was not always Rome. It was once a collection of villages, a scattering of hopes, a whisper of greatness that only a few could hear. The path from these humble beginnings to the marble splendor of the empire is long and twisting, filled with darkness and light, with blood and with beauty. Let us linger a moment longer in these early days. Listen to the sounds, the river's murmur, the call of birds, the distant bark of a dog. Smell the air, earth, wood smoke, wildflowers. Feel the cool touch of the morning, the warmth of the sun on your face. It is all so real, so immediate, and yet the seeds of legend are already stirring. At night, when the world grows quiet, the people gather by the fire. The stars wheel above them, ancient and indifferent. An elder begins to speak. His voice is low, heavy with memory. He tells of times before memory, of ancestors who came from the sea, of heroes who tamed the land, of gods who walked the earth in disguise. The children listen, wide-eyed. The adults nod, half believing, half dreaming. In these stories, the past and future mingle. In these stories, Rome begins to take shape, not in stone or sword, but in the mind. There is a sense, always, of something about to happen. The hills themselves seem to hold their breath. Destiny lingers just out of sight. The Romans would come to call this feeling fatum, a power greater than gods or men, a force that drives history forward. It is fate that will carry Rome from obscurity to immortality. But for now, it is only a feeling, a whisper on the wind. This is a world of boundaries and beginnings. The river marks the edge of one life and the start of another. The sunrise marks the passage of time, each day a step toward the unknown. The people who live here know little of what lies beyond their small world, but they sense that something great awaits. There is courage in their hearts, and fear, and hope. Imagine the first time someone looked at the far hill and wondered what lay beyond. Imagine the courage it took to cross the river, to build a home on a new patch of land, to risk everything for the chance at a better life. These are the moments that shape history, not the grand battles or the speeches of kings, but the quiet decisions of ordinary people, choosing to hope instead of despair. It is tempting, with hindsight, to see these early Romans as destined for greatness, but to them there was only survival, only the daily struggle to endure. Yet in this struggle, something beautiful was born, a community, a sense of belonging, a shared dream. The Romans would later call this Mos Maiorum, the way of the ancestors, the tradition that binds one generation to the next. It was a code, unwritten but unbreakable, that would guide them through triumph and tragedy. There is a saying much later that Rome was not built in a day. But perhaps in these early hours, something more important was built, a spirit of endurance, of unity, of hope in the face of the unknown. This spirit would carry Rome through wars, disasters, and the temptations of power. It would become the beating heart of an empire. The natural world was both enemy and ally. The forest gave wood for fires and homes, but also hid wolves and thieves. The fields provided grain, but only after back-breaking labor and the mercy of the weather. The river could flood or nourish, kill or sustain. Every part of life was a negotiation, a bargain struck with forces larger than any single person. The early Romans did not control their world. They adapted to it, bent with its winds, learned its secrets. Yet they were not passive. They built walls, dug ditches, cleared land. They formed alliances, negotiated with neighbors, made peace and war as needed. Even in these earliest days, the Romans were practical, flexible, willing to do whatever it took to survive. This was not the inflexible pride of later emperors, but a quiet strength, a willingness to learn and to change. As the years passed, the villages grew. More huts clustered together. Fields expanded, forests were pushed back. Simple paths became roads, linking one settlement to another. The community became more complex, with leaders and councils, rituals and laws. The Romans learned from the Etruscans how to build with stone, how to organize a city, how to bury their dead with honor. From the Greeks, they borrowed stories and gods, art and language. Every influence was welcomed, adapted, made Roman. The world of Latium was changing. Trade grew as goods moved along the river and across the hills. Pottery, tools, and weapons changed hands, carrying with them the marks of distant cultures. Ideas traveled too. New ways of worship, new ways of living, new dreams of what was possible. The Romans watched, listened, and chose what would serve them best. But always, beneath the surface, there was the land, the hills, the river, the changing sky. No matter how much they learned, how much they borrowed, the Romans remained rooted in this place. Their identity was shaped by the struggles of these early days, by the memory of hardship and endurance. They remembered the hunger of winter, the fear of the dark, the thrill of survival. They carried these memories with them, even as they built roads and temples, even as they conquered the world. So much of what would later define Rome, the discipline of its legions, the order of its laws, the ambition of its leaders, was born here in the simple struggle to survive. The Romans learned early that nothing was given, that everything must be earned. They learned to trust one another, to work together, to place the good of the community above the desires of the individual. This sense of duty, of shared sacrifice, became the foundation of Roman greatness. Even in these earliest times, the Romans were aware of their uniqueness. They saw themselves as both part of the world and apart from it. They were proud, sometimes stubborn, always determined. They took what they needed, gave what they could, and moved forward, step by step, toward a future they could scarcely imagine. And yet, as the sun sets over the hills, as the fires burn low and the stories fade into dreams, there is a sense of peace, a sense that all is as it should be. The Romans do not know what lies ahead. They do not know of empires, or Caesars, or distant lands. They know only this moment, this land, this life. But in their hearts, the seed of something extraordinary has been planted. As night falls, and the stars burn cold above the hills of Latium, one can almost hear the whisper of history. Rome is coming. Long before the chronicles of generals and emperors, long before Rome's name echoed across continents, there lived a story. A story older than the city itself. A story of twins, fate, and a wolf. In the firelit evenings of ancient Latium, as the shadows danced across rough stone walls and the stars blinked in the dark sky, elders would tell and retell the tale, their voices mingling myth and memory until legend became as real as any history. The story begins not with Rome, but with Alba Longa, a city older than Rome, nestled in the Alban Hills southeast of the Tiber. Alba Longa was, according to the tales, ruled by King Numitor, a man of noble heart but tragic destiny. His throne was coveted by his brother, Amulius, who seized power in a violent coup, casting Numitor into exile and murdering his sons. Yet Numitor's line survived through his daughter, Rhea Silvia, a Vestal virgin, sworn never to marry, never to bear children, but fate, as always, had other plans. The legend tells us that Mars, god of war, visited Rhea Silvia as she slept. Some say he came in a dream, others in the form of a shadow slipping through her chamber. What is certain is that Rhea Silvia conceived twin boys, Romulus and Remus. Their birth was both a miracle and a threat. Amulius, fearing prophecy and vengeance, ordered the twins to be drowned in the swollen Tiber, but the river was in flood, and the basket carrying the infants washed ashore, caught in the roots of a wild fig tree. Here, under the trembling leaves, began one of the most enduring symbols of Rome, the she-wolf. Drawn by the cries of the infants, a she-wolf discovered the twins and, In a moment that would echo through art and poetry for millennia, she nursed them as her own. Her wild strength became their strength, her watchful eyes their first glimpse of the world. Later, a humble shepherd named Faustulus found the boys and took them home, raising them with his wife, Acca Laurentia. In time, the twins grew into strong, daring young men, leaders among the shepherds and outlaws who lived on the edge of the world. But the past, like fate, cannot be escaped. As young men, Romulus and Remus learned of their royal heritage. With the courage and cunning inherited from both wolf and man, they gathered a band of followers, overthrew Almulius, and restored their grandfather Numitor to the throne. Yet, for the twins, Alba Longa was not enough. They felt called to something greater, something new, a city of their own on the banks of the Tiber, where destiny itself seemed to beckon. The founding of Rome, as legend tells it, was marked by both hope and blood. Romulus and Remus, twin sons of the gods, and fate could not agree on where to build their city or who should rule. Seeking guidance, they turned to augury, watching the sky for signs from the gods. Remus saw 6 vultures, Romulus 12. The number mattered less than the rivalry. Words turned to blows, and in the end, Remus fell by his brother's hand. Whether by accident or design, Romulus became Rome's first king. He traced the city's boundaries with a plow, marking the sacred line that would, from that moment, separate Rome from the wild world beyond. Remus, in death, became a symbol, a warning, a ghost, a reminder that Rome's greatness would always be bought at a price. Romulus gathered men from near and far, inviting outcasts, fugitives and wanderers to join his new city. The first Romans were not noble by birth, but by choice. They were those who dared to begin again, to risk everything for the hope of a future. Romulus created laws, established an assembly, and appointed a council of elders, the Senate. But the city lacked women, and so, in one of the most troubling and famous stories of Rome's beginnings, Romulus hosted a festival for the neighboring Sabines, then seized their daughters, forging new families through force and negotiation. The Sabine War that followed nearly destroyed Rome, but in its aftermath, Sabines and Romans were united as one people, a foreshadowing of how Rome, through violence and diplomacy, would knit together a world. As the years passed, Romulus reigned as both king and warlord. Under his rule, the city grew, its people multiplied, and its walls rose higher. Romulus himself was, according to some, taken up to the heavens in a whirlwind, becoming the god Quirinus, a protector of the city he had founded. Whether man or god, hero or villain, Romulus's legacy was the city itself, a city destined to conquer the world, but forever haunted by the memory of fratricide and ambition. For the Romans, these stories were more than entertainment. They were identity. The tale of Romulus and Remus was a mirror, reflecting both Rome's highest aspirations and its darkest truths. The wolf, fierce, wild, maternal, became a symbol of the city's strength and adaptability. The twins represented the eternal struggle between order and chaos, unity and division. The story of their quarrel and reconciliation with the Sabines foreshadowed Rome's greatest challenge: how to forge a single people from many tribes, many tongues, many gods. To live in Rome was to live with these legends, to walk the streets where Romulus had drawn his sacred furrow, to worship at the fig tree where the wolf had nursed the twins, to celebrate the festivals that marked the city's birth. Every corner of the city was thick with memory, every stone whispered with stories. Even in the highest days of empire, emperors and commoners alike looked to the legend for guidance, for inspiration, and sometimes for excuse. The importance of myth in Rome went beyond the founding story. The Romans believed that their very success was due to pietas, a sense of duty and reverence for the gods and the ancestors. Rituals reenacted the founding, Sacrifices were offered at ancient altars, and the line between past and present was always thin. Myth justified power, explained suffering, and bound the community together in times of crisis. It also reminded the Romans that their greatness came from struggle, that every gain was paid for in blood, that every step forward was haunted by the shadow of loss. Through the centuries, the story of Romulus and Remus was reimagined, retold, and adapted to fit new times and new needs. Poets like Virgil would weave it into epic verse. Sculptors would carve the wolf and twins into marble, and politicians would invoke the myth to legitimize their own rule. The legend was a living thing, changing with the city it inspired. Yet, at its core, it remained a story of origins, a story of survival, ambition, and the dangerous, exhilarating possibility of beginning anew. For the people who lived in early Rome, the landscape itself was sacred. The Palatine Hill, where Romulus was said to have founded the city, became the heart of power. The Lupercal Cave, where the wolf nursed the twins, was a place of ritual and mystery. Every festival, every rite, every tradition drew its meaning from the myth, reminding the Romans that they were children of gods and wolves, brothers and rivals, destined for greatness but forever marked by loss. As we listen to these old stories, let us remember that they are not merely tales of the past. They are windows into the Roman soul, a soul forged in the fires of legend, tempered by hardship, and shaped by the eternal dance of fate and choice. To understand Rome is to understand its myths, to feel the pulse of ancient hope and fear that beat beneath the marble and stone. For in the end, all empires are built on stories, and Rome's first and greatest story was the story of Romulus and Remus. Julius Imper. Long before Rome became a city of marble and empire, the land that would become her heart was a crossroads of peoples, beliefs, and customs. In these early centuries, the world of Latium and its neighbors was a mosaic of cultures, a place where tribes met and mingled, where influences collided, and where the first stirrings of Roman identity began to take form. Imagine standing on one of the low hills overlooking the valley of the Tiber, centuries before Romulus drew his sacred line. The landscape is a patchwork of forests, fields, and scattered villages. There are no grand temples or stone forums yet. There are no clusters of wooden huts, their walls made of woven branches, daubed with mud. Chickens scratch in the dirt, goats and sheep graze on the slopes, and the smoke from cooking fires drifts gently into the sky. Life is simple and precarious, but everywhere there is a sense of movement, of change, quietly at work. The people who lived here called themselves Latins, though they were far from alone. To the north, the mysterious Etruscans flourished in their own hilltop cities, their society older and in many ways more sophisticated than the scattered villages of Latium. To the east, the Sabines, mountain folk, fiercely independent, watched over the valleys and highlands, guardians of their own ways and traditions. And further south, the Greeks, bold sailors and settlers, brought their language and their gods to the coasts of Italy, founding cities that would one day rival Rome in art and ambition. The Latins were farmers and herders, people of the soil and the seasons. They worshipped the spirits of the land, the forces that made grain grow and the rains fall. Their villages were small, each with its own sacred groves and its own local customs. Life was governed by the rhythm of planting and harvest, of birth and death, of the endless cycle of generations. In this world, kinship was everything, a network of families bound by ties of blood, tradition, and necessity. Disputes were settled by elders, justice dispensed with the wisdom of age and the certainty of custom. Yet even in these early days, the Latins were not isolated. Trade moved along the river and the dusty tracks that wound through the hills. Pottery, tools, and precious salt passed from hand to hand, carrying with them not just wealth, but ideas. Songs and stories traveled too, crossing boundaries and reshaping themselves with every retelling. The world was larger than any one village, and in the meeting of cultures, something new began to take root. The Etruscans, with their strange language and elegant art, were both neighbors and teachers to the early Romans. Their cities, Veii, Tarquinia, Serviteri, were marvels of stone and engineering, with temples that rose above the rooftops and burial mounds carved deep into the earth. The Etruscans knew the secrets of metal, working bronze and iron into tools, weapons, and jewelry that dazzled the eye. They built roads and bridges, drained marshes, and designed elaborate drainage systems. Their priests watched the flight of birds and the patterns of lightning, reading the will of the gods in every sign. From the Etruscans, the early Romans would learn the arts of building and governing. They adopted the arch, the vault, and the techniques of city planning that would shape Rome for centuries. The Etruscan kings who ruled Rome before the Republic brought with them not just power, but a sense of ritual, a belief that every act, public or private, should honor the gods. Many of Rome's earliest religious practices, her auguries and ceremonies, her sacred regalia, and even the purple-trimmed togas of her magistrates, all bore the mark of Etruscan influence. The Sabines, by contrast, were a people of the hills, stubborn, proud, and fiercely protective of their freedom. Their villages clung to the rocky slopes of the Apennines, where life was hard and the land gave little without struggle. Sabine society was built on the values of courage, hospitality, and mutual obligation. They were skilled warriors and shrewd negotiators, respected and sometimes feared by their neighbors. Stories would later tell of the Sabine women, whose abduction by the Romans was both a crime and a catalyst for the unification of two peoples. A union born of violence, but sustained by compromise. The relationship between Romans and Sabines was always complex, a mixture of rivalry and alliance, conflict and kinship. Over time, as the city of Rome grew in power, Sabine blood would mingle with Latin in the Senate, on the battlefield, and in the stories Romans told about themselves. The idea of Rome as a city of many peoples, a place where outsiders could become citizens, where strength was found in diversity, was already taking root in these earliest encounters. Beyond the immediate neighbors, the Greek colonies of southern Italy offered a glimpse of another world, a world of philosophy and poetry, of mathematics and art. Greek sailors brought wine, olive oil, and the mysteries of the alphabet. They brought tales of heroes and gods, of Troy and Olympus, stories that would be woven into the fabric of Roman myth. The Romans were never content to remain apart. They borrowed eagerly from the Greeks, reshaping what they took to fit their own needs and values. It is in these early centuries, in the mingling of Latin, Etruscan, Sabine, and Greek, that Rome's character begins to emerge. The Romans became, by necessity and by choice, a people of adaptation. They took what worked, improved upon it, and claimed it as their own. The discipline of the Etruscans, the resilience of the Sabines, the imagination of the Greeks, all these became part of the Roman soul. Even as Rome began to rise above her neighbors, she never forgot the lessons of humility and openness that these encounters taught. Life in this early Italy was not always peaceful. Raids and skirmishes were common. Villages sometimes banded together for protection or waged war over disputed lands and water rights. Yet there was also a pattern of alliance and federation. As communities recognized the need for cooperation in a dangerous world, these early leagues and confederations, loose, shifting, sometimes fragile, would one day give way to the unity of Rome. But they also set the pattern for Roman politics, a constant balancing of power, negotiation, and compromise. As the centuries passed, the people of Latium grew more sophisticated. They learned to build with stone, to write in borrowed alphabets, to make treaties and raise armies. Rituals and festivals tied the villages together, reinforcing a sense of shared identity. The Latin League, a loose confederation of towns and tribes, became a forum for diplomacy and decision-making. Rome, at first just one among many, slowly began to emerge as a leader. First among equals, but always ambitious for more. The blending of cultures was not always smooth. There were tensions, misunderstandings, and moments of violence, but the Romans had a talent for inclusion, for making space within their society for outsiders, for turning enemies into allies and foreigners into citizens. This willingness to absorb and adapt would become one of the city's greatest strengths, allowing Rome to grow far beyond the limits of any one people or tradition. In the daily lives of the people, these influences could be seen everywhere, in the shapes of their houses, the tools they used, the gods they worshipped. The hearth was the center of the home, sacred to the goddess Vesta, whose cult may have borrowed from both Latin and Etruscan roots. Public assemblies met beneath ancient trees, their rituals echoing those of distant ancestors. Music, dance, and storytelling brought communities together, blending old traditions with new inventions. Even the earliest Roman calendar, with its lunar months and festivals of sowing and harvest, reflected a world in motion, a world where change was the only constant. As Rome moved from obscurity to prominence, the lessons of these early centuries remained at her core. The city would always be a place of newcomers, a place where the line between Roman and foreigner was blurred by opportunity and ambition. The wisdom of the Etruscans, the courage of the Sabines, the artistry of the Greeks, all these would shape Rome's path. In time, Rome would claim to be the mother of all peoples, a city open to the world. But this vision was born here, in the mingling of tribes and the meeting of minds. To walk the hills and valleys of early Latium is to walk in a world of possibilities. A world where nothing is fixed, where every encounter brings change. The Romans would come to pride themselves on their ability to endure, to learn, to become something more than the sum of their parts. The city they would build was not a monument to one tribe or one tradition, but a living testament to the power of diversity. As we look back on these early centuries, let us remember that Rome's greatness was never inevitable. It was forged in the fires of contact and conflict, in the courage to embrace the new and the wisdom to remember the old. The legacy of the Latins, Etruscans, Sabines, and Greeks lives on in every stone, every story, every moment of Roman history. In their struggles and their dreams, we find the first true spirit of Rome, a spirit not of conquest alone, but of curiosity, resilience, and hope. In the centuries after Romulus traced his furrow in the earth and laid the first stones of his city, Rome entered an era shrouded in both shadow and splendor. The age of the kings was a time of legend and transformation, a time when the city grew from a handful of huts into a place of walls and temples, customs and ambition. Historians and storytellers of later centuries would look back on these years as Rome's childhood, a period of wild energy, of innovation and danger, when kings ruled not only by the sword, but by cunning, ritual, and the restless dreams of their people. Rome's earliest days were marked by uncertainty and possibility. The city was a frontier settlement, surrounded by powerful neighbors and haunted by the memory of fratricide. The first Romans were outcasts and wanderers, fugitives who had gathered beneath the banner of Romulus. It was a city of men without families, hungry for land and legitimacy. In the years after its founding, the city's survival was far from guaranteed. Its people worked the rocky soil, fished the river, and kept watch against the ever-present threat of raid or famine. The first king, Romulus, is remembered not only as the city's founder, but as its first lawgiver and conqueror. He set the tone for those who would follow. Romulus divided his people into tribes and centuries, established the Senate, and set the boundaries of the new city with a sense of destiny. He welcomed exiles and outsiders, swelling the city's population. But even in legend, Romulus's reign was marked by violence and ambition. The episode of the Sabine women taken by force to provide wives for Rome's men sparked war and nearly destroyed the fledgling city. Yet from that conflict came a fragile unity, as Sabines and Romans became one people. When Romulus vanished in a sudden storm, some whispered he had been taken by the gods, while others suspected a darker fate at the hands of his own Senate. With the passing of Romulus, Rome faced its first great test: how to govern itself without a founder's charisma. The Romans, practical even in legend, turned to election. They chose as their second king Numa Pompilius, a Sabine by birth and a man of deep wisdom and piety. Under Numa, the city was transformed from a camp of warriors into a place of peace and worship. He built temples, established religious offices, and set the rhythm of Roman life. With a calendar of festivals and rituals, Numa taught his people to honor the gods, to respect oaths and contracts, to seek harmony within and without. His reign was marked not by conquest, but by the quiet growth of law and tradition. In later centuries, the Romans would look back on Numa's era as a golden age of justice and divine favor. Yet peace could not last forever. After Numa's death, the kingship passed to Tullus Hostilius, a man of action and ambition. Tullus was a warrior king, restless and eager for glory. He revived the arts of war and led his people in battles against the neighboring city of Alba Longa, Rome's ancestral rival. The stories tell of the Horatii and Curiatii, three brothers from each city who fought to decide the fate of their peoples. A tale of honor, sacrifice, and the tragic price of victory. Under Tullus, Rome's armies grew strong, and the city's power began to reach beyond its walls. But his reign was also marked by hubris. The gods, it was said, struck him down with a bolt of lightning for neglecting the sacred rites. After Tullus came Ancus Marcius, grandson of Numa, and a king who sought balance between war and peace. Ancus fortified the city, built Rome's first bridge across the Tiber, and founded the port of Ostia, opening Rome to trade with the wider world. He extended the city's territory and brought new peoples under Roman rule, not only by conquest but by granting citizenship and rights. Ancus was a builder as much as a ruler, laying the groundwork for the city's future greatness. His reign blended the legacies of Numa and Tullus, reverence for tradition and the ambition to expand. As Rome grew, so too did its need for expertise and innovation. The fifth king, Lucius Tarquinius Priscus, was an outsider, a man of Etruscan descent who had made his fortune in Rome. Tarquin, as he became known, embodied the city's openness to foreign influence. He brought with him the skills and artistry of the Etruscans, transforming Rome's architecture and public life. Under his rule, the city saw its first great building projects, the Circus Maximus, where Romans would gather for races and spectacle, the Cloaca Maxima, a vast sewer that drained the marshes and made new land available for growth. Tarquin also doubled the number of senators, laying the foundation for Rome's political strength. His reign was a testament to the power of ambition and adaptability. Tarquin was succeeded by Servius Tullius, a king whose origins were humble, perhaps even servile, but whose reforms would shape Rome for generations. Servius was credited with creating Rome's first census, dividing the population into classes based on wealth and responsibility. He organized the people into tribes and centuries, laying the groundwork for military and political organization. Under Servius, the city expanded to include the famous Seven Hills, its boundaries marked by new walls and sacred stones. He built temples and instituted festivals, weaving together old traditions and new ambitions. Servius's reign was one of order and progress, but it ended in betrayal and blood. According to legend, he was murdered by his own daughter and son-in-law, a tale that would haunt Roman memory. The last king, Lucius Tarquinius Superbus, Tarquin the Proud, was a man whose ambition knew no bounds. His reign was marked by tyranny and arrogance. Tarquin seized power through violence and ruled through fear, crushing opposition and ignoring tradition. Yet even in his tyranny, he continued the work of his predecessors, building Rome's greatest temple, the Temple of Jupiter Optimus Maximus. On the Capitoline Hill, under Tarquin, the city reached new heights of splendor and power. But the cost was unrest and resentment. His disregard for Roman customs, his brutality toward the people and the Senate, sowed the seeds of rebellion. There was a single act of outrage that brought down the monarchy: the assault on Lucretia, a noblewoman whose virtue and suffering became a rallying cry for justice. Her death ignited a revolution, as the Roman people rose up, drove out Tarquin, and swore never again to be ruled by a king. In a moment of crisis, Rome invented a new way of life: the Republic. A government without kings, founded on the principles of shared power and mutual obligation. The age of the kings was over, but its legacy endured. In the centuries to come, Romans would remember their kings with both pride and caution. They saw in them the virtues and vices that shaped their own character: the courage of Romulus, the piety of Numa, the ambition of the Tarquins, the justice of Servius. The kings gave Rome her laws, her temples, her first glimpse of greatness, but they also taught her the dangers of unchecked power, the necessity of limits, and the value of freedom. Much of what we know about these kings is filtered through the lens of legend, embroidered and reshaped by the needs of later generations. The stories are full of miracles and omens, heroes and villains, triumph and tragedy. Yet, within these tales lies a deeper truth: the story of a community struggling to find its place in the world, to balance old ways with new ambitions, to forge an identity that would endure. In the ruins beneath modern Rome, archaeologists have uncovered traces of this early city: the foundations of huts on the Palatine Hill, ancient walls and tombs, the remnants of temples and roads. These fragments bear a silent witness to an age when Rome was young, her fate uncertain, her future unwritten. To walk these ancient stones is to walk in the footsteps of kings and founders, to feel the weight of centuries pressing close. The Romans themselves would look back on this era with a mixture of nostalgia and relief. They honored their kings in ritual and memory, but they also celebrated their expulsion as the birth of liberty. Every year, on the anniversary of the Republic's founding, Romans would gather in the Forum to remember the end of tyranny and the promise of self-government. They told and retold the stories of their kings, not just to glorify the past, but to warn against the dangers of pride and the seductions of power. For in the end, the age of the kings was not just a prelude to empire, but a crucible in which the Roman spirit was forged. It was a time of learning, of trial and error, of hope and fear. The kings taught the Romans to build and to rule, to worship and to fight, to dream and to doubt. Their reigns were both blessing and burden, a legacy that would shape Rome's destiny for centuries to come. As the sun sets over the ancient hills, casting long shadows on the stones once trod by kings, we are reminded that every city is built on memory. The stories of Rome's kings linger in the twilight, half history, half myth, whispering of a time when anything was possible and the world was new. As the last years of Rome's monarchy waned, the city had grown beyond what its first founders could have imagined. The skyline was marked by new temples and rising walls. The population swelled with people from every corner of Latium, and a restless energy pulsed in the narrow streets. Yet, beneath the stone and ceremony, tension simmered. A sense that the old order, which had shaped the city for generations, could no longer hold the hopes and ambitions of its people. The final days of the kings would be defined by pride, outrage, and the irresistible call for freedom. In those years, the presence of a king was both comfort and constraint. Rome's rulers, having built the city up from a cluster of villages, were both architects and autocrats. Their authority was absolute, backed by the will of the gods, the power of tradition, and the loyalty of the army. The Senate advised, the people gathered in the forum, but the king's word was law. For generations, this arrangement had seemed natural, even necessary. The city was surrounded by rivals, its enemies eager to test its walls. Only a single, strong hand could guide Rome through the dangers of the world beyond. But power has a way of breeding discontent, especially when it is wielded without restraint. Under the last king, Tarquin the Proud, Rome felt the weight of oppression. Tarquin ruled by fear and suspicion, ignoring the advice of elders and humiliating the city's nobility. He built monuments to his own greatness, taxed the people heavily, and placed his friends and relatives in the highest positions. The Senate, once the council of the city's fathers, became a hollow formality. The people, long used to being heard and respected, now found themselves silenced. Seeds of resentment, quietly sown over years, began to take root. In the memory of Rome, the revolution that ended the monarchy would be traced to a single, shocking event. It was not a foreign war or a political intrigue, but a personal tragedy that shattered the old order. The story, told and retold for generations, begins at a feast in the city of Calatia, where the king's son, Sextus Tarquinius, became obsessed with Lucretia, the wife of a Roman noble. Overcome by desire and arrogance, Sextus forced his way into Lucretia's house and assaulted her. Devastated and dishonored, Lucretia summoned her family and friends, revealed what had happened, and, in a final act of defiance, took her own life. Lucretia's death was a spark in dry grass. Her family, led by Lucius Junius Brutus, a man whose very name would become a byword for resistance, swore an oath to overthrow the Tarquins. Word spread quickly and outrage erupted in the city. For the Romans, this was not merely the violation of a woman, but an assault on the dignity and rights of all citizens. The king's power, once a symbol of order, had become an instrument of tyranny. Brutus called the people to the forum. There, before the crowd, he lifted the blood-stained dagger of Lucretia and swore that Rome would never again suffer the rule of kings. The citizens, already restless and angry, responded with a wave of support. The Senate, finding its courage, declared Tarquin deposed. The king, realizing his position was untenable, fled into exile, taking with him his family and his dreams of dynasty. The monarchy, which had ruled for centuries, was ended not by an army, but by the united will of a people determined to be free. With the king gone, Rome faced an uncertain future. The city was vulnerable, enemies circled, old allies hesitated, and the threat of civil war loomed. Yet in this moment of crisis, Rome chose a different path. Rather than invest power in a single ruler, the city created a new system, the Republic. Authority would now be shared between two annually elected magistrates called consuls, who held equal power and could veto each other's decision. The Senate, no longer merely an advisory council, gained new responsibilities in lawmaking and foreign policy. The People's Assembly, the Comitia, became a force in public life, with the power to elect officials and pass laws. This new arrangement was not born fully formed, nor was it without conflict. The transition from monarchy to republic was marked by trial and error, by disputes over rights and responsibilities, by the slow, painful balancing of tradition and innovation. Rome's earliest consuls, Brutus among them, faced immediate challenges. The Tarquins sought to reclaim their throne with the help of neighboring cities, and civil strife threatened to tear the city apart. The story is told that Brutus, in the name of liberty, condemned his own sons to death when they conspired with the exiled king, a testament to the uncompromising spirit of the new republic. The republic's greatest innovation was not the abolition of kingship, but the invention of shared power and accountability. The Romans understood that no single person could be trusted with absolute authority, not even in times of crisis. By dividing power among consuls, the Senate, and the people, they created a system of checks and balances that would endure for centuries. Offices were limited in duration, No one could serve as consul for more than a year without re-election. In times of dire need, a dictator could be appointed, but only for a strictly limited term. The principle was clear. Rome belonged to her citizens, and her leaders ruled only by their consent. This new system did not erase the memory of kings. The Romans continued to honor the achievements of their monarchs, to tell stories of Romulus and Numa, Tullus and Tarquin. But the lessons of the monarchy were now warnings against hubris, against the abuse of power, against forgetting the voice of the people. Every year the consul took an oath never to allow the return of kingship. Every child learned the story of Lucretia and Brutus. The Romans were proud of their freedom, but always aware of how easily it could be lost. The birth of the Republic brought new challenges, but also new possibilities. With the monarchy gone, Rome was forced to invent a new identity. No longer defined by a single ruler, the city became a community of citizens, bound together by laws, rights, and a shared commitment to the common good. The idea of the res publica, the public thing, the commonwealth, became the foundation of Roman society. The rights of citizens, the sanctity of law, the duty to serve the state. These values would shape Roman life for generations to come. Yet this new freedom was never absolute. Rome was a city of hierarchy and tradition, and the patrician class, the old families of noble birth, retained much of the real power. The plebeians, the common people, often found themselves excluded from the highest offices and greatest honors. Over time, this tension would erupt in the conflict of the orders, a struggle for rights and recognition that would last for centuries. The Republic was a system designed to prevent tyranny, but it was also a system built on compromise, negotiation, and the uneasy balance of competing interests. Still, the spirit of liberty ran deep. The memory of the last king was a warning never to be forgotten. The Romans distrusted any sign of monarchy. The very word rex, king, became an insult, a charge of treason. Ambitious men who sought too much power were met with suspicion, and even the greatest generals were expected to lay down their authority when their term ended. The Senate, for all its flaws, became a symbol of collective wisdom and continuity. The People's Assembly, noisy and sometimes chaotic, was a living reminder that Rome was more than her rulers. She was her citizens. With the establishment of the Republic, Rome began a new chapter in her history. The city that had once been a collection of villages under a single king became the heart of a growing state, united not by the will of one man, but by the shared dreams of many. This new system was not perfect. It would face crises, civil wars, and the temptation of dictatorship, but in its early years, it offered something rare in the ancient world. A vision of political life built on consent, on the rule of law, and on the belief that every citizen had a stake in the destiny of Rome. As the city left behind the Age of Kings, she did not turn her back on the past. Instead, Rome wove the memory of monarchy into the very fabric of her identity, a reminder of both greatness and danger. The Republic would grow, stumble, and rise again, shaped always by the lessons of its beginnings. The revolution that ended the monarchy was not just the end of an era. It was the beginning of Rome's long journey toward empire, toward power, and, ultimately, toward the question of how a free people could govern themselves. Standing in the Forum in those first uncertain years, a Roman citizen could feel the weight of history pressing close. The temples and walls were reminders of old kings and old gods, but the voices in the assembly were new, filled with hope and fear in equal measure. The promise of freedom was real, but so too was the burden of responsibility. To be Roman now was to be part of something larger, a republic, a people, a story still being written. And so Rome moved forward, shaped by memory and ambition, by the pain of loss and the exhilaration of new beginnings. The age of kings faded into legend, its lessons echoing through the centuries. In their place rose the Republic, fragile and resilient, ready to face the storms of history. The city by the Tiber, born in myth and sustained by courage, stood at the threshold of greatness, her future unknown, but her spirit unbroken. The fall of Rome's last king did not leave a vacuum, but rather set the stage for a new form of governance, unlike anything the world had seen. The dawn of the Republic was a time of bold invention and fierce debate, a period when the rules of power were written and rewritten in the living laboratory of the city itself. To walk the streets of early Republican Rome was to breathe in the energy of a society determined never again to surrender its freedom to a single ruler. The Republic was, above all, an experiment in shared power. Its founders, scarred by the memory of tyranny, built into the new system a series of checks and balances designed to keep any one person from dominating the city. At the center of this system stood the Senate, a council of elders whose roots reached back to the city's earliest days. The Senate, or Senatus, took its name from the Latin word for old man, and it was composed primarily of patricians, the hereditary aristocracy who traced their lineage to the founding families of Rome. In these early centuries, the Senate was both a storehouse of tradition and an engine of change. Its authority rested on age, wealth, and the prestige of its members. But its influence grew from its ability to guide and shape the policies of the state. The Senate could not pass laws directly, but it advised the magistrates, controlled the treasury, and managed foreign affairs. In times of crisis, its voice carried the weight of the past, a reminder that Rome was more than the ambition of any single man. Below the Senate, the machinery of government turned on a complex hierarchy of magistrates, each with specific duties and carefully limited powers. At the apex stood the consuls, two men elected annually, who shared the highest authority in the state. The consuls were both leaders and servants, commanders of the army, and presiders over the Senate and assemblies. No consul could act without the other's consent. Each held the power of veto, a safeguard against rash decisions and personal ambition. The very structure of the consulship was a lesson learned from the tyranny of kings. No one should hold absolute power, and every authority must be balanced by another. The office of consul was both an honor and a burden. To be elected was the pinnacle of a Roman career, a crowning achievement that marked a citizen as consular fit for the greatest tasks of state. Yet, with glory came risk. The consuls led armies in war, judged the gravest crimes, and often bore the blame for the failures of the Republic. Their term was strictly limited to 1 year, a reminder that service to the state was a duty, not a right. Beneath the consuls, a ladder of magistracies formed the cursus honorum, the curse of honors, through which ambitious Romans might rise. Praetors were responsible for justice and the courts. Aediles managed the city's infrastructure, markets, and public games. Quaestors oversaw the finances. Each office had its own rules, its own traditions, and its own opportunities for distinction. By dividing power among many hands, the Republic sought to ensure both stability and a steady supply of capable leaders. Yet, even as the patricians held the highest offices, the city's common people, the plebeians, were far from powerless. The tension between patrician and plebeian, between aristocracy and common citizen, was one of the defining features of the Republic. In the earliest years, patricians monopolized the consulship and senate, claiming that only those of noble blood could be trusted with the fate of Rome. The plebeians, for their part, chafed at exclusion, bearing the burdens of military service and taxation with little say in the laws that governed their lives. The conflict was not merely political, but also social and economic. Patricians owned the best land, controlled the courts, and presided over the rituals that bound the city to the gods. Plebeians were often farmers, craftsmen, and laborers, vulnerable to debt and the whims of the powerful. Yet their numbers and their determination gave them a voice that could not be ignored. When pushed too far, the plebeians resorted to a powerful weapon, the secessio, or secession, a mass withdrawal from the city that brought Roman life to a standstill. In the face of such unity, the patricians were forced to negotiate. The result was a gradual opening of the political system, a process that played out over generations. The most important innovation was the creation of the office of tribune of the plebs. Tribunes, elected by the plebeians, possessed a unique power, sacrosanctity. Any harm done to a tribune was a sacrilege punishable by death, and the tribune could intervene on behalf of any citizen, even against a consul. The tribunes could also veto any law or action they deemed harmful to the people. Their hut stood at the heart of the city, a symbol of the plebeians' new place in the political order. As time passed, more offices and honors were open to the plebeians. The laws were written down and displayed in the forum for all to see, a concession won by the plebeians after years of struggle. The 12 Tables, as they were called, formed the foundation of Roman law, bringing a measure of predictability and justice to a society once ruled by custom and privilege. Later, plebeians would gain access to the consulship itself, and the old divisions would blur as new men rose to prominence. The Republic's political system was not static. It evolved in response to crisis and opportunity, adapting to the challenges of war, expansion, and social change. At its best, the Republic was a model of cooperation and innovation, able to harness the energies of a diverse people for the common good. At its worst, it could be paralyzed by faction, rivalry, and the relentless pursuit of personal gain. At the heart of it all was a deep faith in the idea of citizenship, the belief that every Roman, no matter his birth or fortune, had a role to play in the life of the state. Citizenship brought both rights and duties: the right to vote in the assemblies, to serve in the army, to appeal to the people's tribunes, the duty to obey the law, to defend the city, to sacrifice for the greater good. The Romans took these responsibilities seriously, and their pride in the Republic was matched only by their fear of its loss. Public life was a theater in which all citizens were both actors and audience. The Forum, the bustling heart of the city, was a place of speech and spectacle, of argument and decision. Here, senators and tribunes debated the issues of the day, magistrates presided over the courts, and citizens gathered to watch and listen. Elections were loud, sometimes unruly affairs, filled with handshakes, speeches, and the careful calculus of alliances. Political careers rose and fell on the currents of public opinion, and the greatest honor was not wealth, but glory, earned in service to Rome. Religion, too, played a vital role in the life of the Republic. The gods were seen as partners in the work of the state, their favor necessary for every undertaking. Major decisions, war, peace, legislation, were preceded by rituals and sacrifices. Priests, drawn from the ranks of the nobility, interpreted the will of the gods and ensured that Rome remained in harmony with the divine order. The unity of religion and politics gave Roman government a sense of legitimacy and destiny, a sense that the city's greatness was guided by higher powers. Yet, beneath the rituals and the rhetoric, the Republic was always a work in progress, a balancing act between order and chaos, tradition and innovation, privilege and equality. Its successes were real and enduring, but its failures were equally profound. Corruption, ambition, and the temptation of power lurked in every corner. The very system designed to prevent tyranny was also a breeding ground for rivalry and resentment, as men competed for office, glory, and the favor of the people. Even as Rome grew in power and territory, the city never lost sight of the lessons of the past. Every year, new magistrates were elected, old laws reviewed, and the stories of the kings retold as cautionary tales. The memory of Lucretia and Brutus, the hatred of tyranny, and the pride in shared governance formed the bedrock of Roman political culture. The Republic was, above all, a community of memory, a people bound together by history, hope, and the promise of a better future. In the daily life of a Roman citizen, these institutions were both distant and immediate. The laws shaped marriage and inheritance, the magistrates managed the markets and the streets, and the assemblies decided questions of war and peace. The complexity of the system could be daunting, but it was also a source of strength. No one person controlled the fate of Rome. Rather, it was the combined will of many, shaped and tempered by tradition, debate, and the relentless push for improvement. Looking back across the centuries, it is easy to see the Republic as a monument, an unchanging system set in stone. But for those who lived it, the Republic was alive, growing and shifting with every generation. Its greatest achievement was not the perfection of government, but the creation of a society in which change was possible, in which citizens could shape their own destiny. The experiment begun in the aftermath of monarchy would carry Rome to the heights of power, but it would also test the limits of freedom and ambition. The struggle between patrician and plebeian, the rivalry of consuls and tribunes, the balance of Senate and people, these were the engines that drove Rome forward, sometimes toward glory, sometimes toward disaster. As the sun set over the red roofs and marble columns of the city, a Roman citizen could look to the Forum and see in its shadows the promise and peril of self-government. The Republic was a fragile thing, held together by laws, memories, and the stubborn courage of its people. In the years to come, that courage would be tested as never before. Life in the Roman Republic was lived as much in the shadow of tradition as under the open sun. To be Roman in these centuries was to inhabit a world defined by customs old and new, by the expectations of family and society, and by a rhythm of life marked by both hardship and celebration. Beneath the marble temples and public forums, it was the daily routines and unspoken rules that bound the city's people together, shaping generations and anchoring the Republic's restless ambition. The family stood at the very heart of Roman society. More than just a household, the familia was a complex network of relatives, parents and children, grandparents, aunts and uncles, even loyal slaves and freedmen, all united under the authority of the eldest male, the paterfamilias. This figure, part patriarch and part priest, was the legal head of the family, charged with its protection, its prosperity, and its honor. His word was law within the household. He decided marriages, managed property, arranged contracts, and conducted the family's religious rites. In theory, his power was absolute. In practice, it was tempered by custom, affection, and the ever-watchful eyes of kin. Marriage, too, was more than a private bond. It was a public contract, a union of families as much as individuals. Marriages were arranged with care, often as alliances between noble houses or as means of advancing one's fortunes. Brides wore white and were carried over the threshold, symbolizing the passage into a new household. The ideal Roman woman was celebrated for her virtue, her devotion to home and hearth, her ability to bear sons and keep the house in order. Yet history is rich with examples of women who found their own voices, managing estates, advising husbands, and sometimes shaping events far beyond the walls of the home. Children were the hope of every family. Sons were taught the virtues of courage, discipline, and respect for tradition. Fathers drilled them in the stories of Rome's past, the exploits of ancestors, and the duties that awaited them as citizens and soldiers. Daughters learned the arts of spinning, weaving, and the rituals that kept the family strong. Education began at home, but many families of means hired Greek tutors, introducing their children to poetry, philosophy, and the secrets of language. Ambition was encouraged from a young age. Ambition for honor, for public service, and for a name that would be remembered. Social class defined the world of the Republic, shaping opportunity and aspiration. At the top were the patricians, the old aristocratic families whose names were etched into the city's memory. Below them stood the plebeians, the common citizens, farmers, artisans, merchants, and laborers, who formed the backbone of Roman society. Over time, a new class emerged, the equites, or knights, wealthy men who made their fortunes in trade and business. At the bottom were the slaves, men and women captured in war or born into servitude, whose lives were defined by labor and the whims of their masters. Despite these divisions, the lines were not always rigid. Ambition and achievement could blur boundaries. Freedmen, former slaves granted their liberty, sometimes rose to wealth and influence. Plebeians, through hard work and service, could rise to high office and even enter the Senate. The Republic, for all its pride in tradition, was a place where new men could make new destinies. But always, the respect for ancestors, the mos maiorum, or the way of the elders, remained a guiding light, a measure of honor and legitimacy. Religion was woven into every aspect of Roman life, not merely as a matter of belief, but as a living practice. The Romans were a deeply religious people, convinced that their success depended on keeping the gods satisfied and the world in order. The city was crowded with temples, shrines, and sacred groves. Each household honored its own spirits, the lares and penates, guardians of hearth and home. Public festivals marked the calendar, with days set aside for sacrifices, games, and communal feasts. Priests, drawn from the ranks of noble families, presided over rituals both grand and humble. The Pontifex Maximus, chief priest of Rome, was a figure of immense prestige, overseeing the religious calendar and interpreting the will of the gods. Augurs watched the flight of birds to discern omens. Vestal virgins tended the sacred fire that symbolized the city's eternal life. Every political act, every military campaign was preceded by sacrifice and divination. Even the simplest events, planting a field, naming a child, building a house, were occasions for ritual. The boundary between sacred and secular was thin. Religion was not a private affair, but a matter of public duty. Festivals punctuated the year, providing moments of joy and release from the burdens of work and war. The Saturnalia, held in winter, was a time of reversal, when slaves dined with masters and laughter echoed through the streets. The Lupercalia, in February, celebrated fertility with wild races and ancient rites. The Concilialia, Floralia, and countless other feasts brought the city together in celebration of the gods, the seasons, and the simple pleasures of life. In these days, distinctions of class and wealth sometimes faded, replaced by the shared experience of being Roman. The rhythms of the city were marked by work and leisure, by duty and desire. Markets bustled with traders and gossip, the cries of vendors mixing with the laughter of children and the songs of laborers. Bakers, butchers, potters, and blacksmiths plied their trades, serving both the city and its growing appetite for novelty. The streets were crowded and noisy, alive with the endless movement of carts, animals, and people. In the public baths, citizens relaxed, debated, and made deals, the steamy air thick with talk of politics and rumor. Theaters staged comedies and dramas, some imported from Greece, others homegrown, poking fun at the foibles of the powerful and the follies of daily life. In the countryside, life followed the ancient cycle of the seasons. The majority of Romans were farmers, tied to the land by tradition and necessity. Fields of wheat and barley, vineyards and olive groves provided the city with food and wealth. The countryside was the heart of Roman identity, a place of ancestors and gods, of labor and festival. Even the greatest generals and politicians boasted of their rustic origins, their hands once rough with work in the fields. Slavery, for all its cruelty, was an accepted fact of life. Slaves worked in households, fields, workshops, and even served as tutors and secretaries. Some suffered unimaginable hardship. Others found ways to rise, to win their freedom, to become part of the Roman story. The boundaries between slave, freedman, and citizen were not fixed, and the stories of social ascent became part of the mythology of the city. Still, the presence of so many whose lives were marked by servitude was a silent challenge to the Republic's ideals of liberty and citizenship. Honor and reputation mattered above all. A Roman's name, his nomen, was his most precious possession. Deeds of courage, piety, and generosity were remembered and recorded, often in inscriptions and monuments. Public life was a contest for dignitas and auctoritas. Personal worth and influence earned through service, sacrifice, and the respect of peers. To shame one's family, to betray a trust, or shirk a duty was a wound that could last for generations. Education, while valued, was often pragmatic. Boys learned the basics of reading, writing, and arithmetic, but the real lessons came in the forum, on the battlefield, and in the council of elders. Rhetoric, the art of persuasion, was prized, for public speaking was the key to power and success. Girls were taught the skills of managing a household, but some, especially in wealthier families, received a broader education, learning Greek, poetry, and philosophy. The legal system was a source of both pride and anxiety. Laws were made by the assemblies and interpreted by the magistrates. Trials were public affairs, held in the open, with passionate speeches and the support or condemnation of the crowd. Justice could be rough, but the idea of due process, of rules that applied to all citizens, was a cherished ideal, even if not always a reality. Death was not an end, but a transition. Ancestors were honored with masks and processions, their deeds recalled in family rituals. Funerals could be grand or humble, but always marked the continuity of the family and the hope for memory. The world of the dead, the mains, was never far from the thoughts of the living. The cycle of life, death, and remembrance was at the core of Roman identity. For all its formality and tradition, Roman society was also a place of energy and innovation. New ideas and fashions arrived with every trader, every returning soldier, every foreign guest. The city was open to the world, curious and adaptable. Yet even as the Republic changed, the old values endured. Respect for ancestors, devotion to family and state, and the conviction that Rome was destined for greatness. To be Roman was to belong to something larger than oneself. A family, a city, a people, a destiny. It was to live with the past always present, with the future always beckoning, in the crowded streets and quiet courtyards, in the fields and the forums, in laughter and in loss. The spirit of the Republic was forged, day by day, life by life. The story of Rome's rise is in many ways a story of unending conflict, of war waged not just for survival, but for ambition, honor, and the restless energy of a people determined to shape their own fate. From her earliest days, Rome was both a fortress and a frontier, surrounded by enemies and allies, rivals and opportunities. The fields outside the city's walls bore the scars of constant struggle, and the victories and defeats of early wars became the legends that guided generations. In the time of the Republic's birth, the city was just one among many small communities scattered across central Italy. Each vied for land, resources, and respect. Neighbors such as the Etruscans to the north, the Sabines in the hills, the Latins on the plains, and the Volsci and Aequi in the south, made the landscape a patchwork of competing ambitions. To survive, Rome could not remain passive. The Romans learned early that peace, when it came, was never a gift. It was won and kept by the courage and discipline of arms. Every Roman citizen was, at some point, a soldier. Service in the army was a duty and a rite of passage. From the earliest years, young men were trained in the arts of war, how to march, how to wield sword and spear, how to obey and how to command. The Roman army, in these centuries, was not a professional force, but a militia drawn from the people. When danger threatened, the call to arms echoed through the city, and citizens gathered in the field of Mars, ready to take up the standard and defend the state. Early Roman warfare was personal and brutal. Battles were fought for survival, for vengeance, for honor. The discipline that would one day conquer empires began in these small skirmishes and raids, in the harsh lessons learned from defeat as much as from victory. The Romans admired courage above all, the willingness to stand firm in the face of fear, to protect one's comrades, to never yield. The stories of early heroes such as Horatius at the bridge or Gaius Mucius Scaevola, who thrust his hand into fire to prove his loyalty, became touchstones for generations. To be a Roman was to be willing to suffer, to sacrifice, to fight, and if necessary to die for the city. Rome's approach to war was pragmatic and relentless. The city rarely destroyed its enemies outright. More often, she absorbed them, offering defeated peoples a place within the growing Roman system. Those who resisted were shown Roman steel, but those who submitted could become allies, even citizens. This willingness to incorporate outsiders, sometimes as equals, sometimes as subordinates, allowed Rome to grow stronger with each conquest. With every war, the army swelled with new recruits, new ideas, and new loyalties. The early republic was defined by wars with her neighbors. The wars against the Latin League, a confederation of nearby towns, tested Rome's unity and ingenuity. Victory at the Battle of Lake Regillus, a triumph celebrated in both history and legend, secured Rome's position as leader among the Latins. The subsequent Latin War, fought generations later, brought most of Latium under Roman control, but it also set a pattern for the future. Defeated enemies were not simply destroyed, but were offered civitas sin naufratio, citizenship without the right to vote. Over time, these rights could be expanded, binding new peoples ever closer to Rome. The wars against the Etruscans were equally formative. The Etruscans, with their fortified cities and ancient traditions, were formidable adversaries. Their sieges and counterattacks forced the Romans to innovate, to improve their defenses, and to develop new tactics. The capture of Veii, after a decade-long siege, was a turning point. A victory that brought wealth, land, and prestige, but also new responsibilities and challenges. To the south and east, the Volsci and Aequi proved tenacious foes. For decades, Rome fought these tribes in a grinding series of campaigns, taking a village one year, losing it the next, pushing the frontier forward by inches. These conflicts were not glorious or swift, but they hardened the Roman character, teaching patience, resilience, and the value of persistence. The ability to endure hardship, to recover from setbacks, became as important as the ability to win a single decisive battle. War shaped the rhythms of Roman life. The campaigning season began each spring, as the fields were planted and the weather grew mild. Men marched out beneath the standards, leaving behind families and fields, trusting in the promise that victory would bring honor and reward. The spoils of war, land, slaves, and treasure, fueled the city's growth, funding new temples, public works, and the endless demands of an expanding population. But war also brought sorrow, the loss of sons, the destruction of homes, the scars that never fully healed. The Roman army, even in its earliest days, was a microcosm of the Republic's values. Discipline was enforced by harsh penalties and stern leadership. But it was also a matter of pride and belonging. Soldiers fought in close formation, trusting their shields and their brothers at their side. The famous manipular structure, a flexible formation of small units, allowed the army to adapt to different enemies and terrain. Officers were elected or appointed from among the citizens, and acts of courage could win promotion and lasting fame. Civic and military life were intertwined. The offices of the Republic, consul, praetor, even dictator, were as much military as civil. To serve the state in war was the surest path to political influence. triumphs, lavish parades celebrating victory were the highest honor a Roman could achieve. Statues of conquering generals, lists of battles won, and the spoils of enemy cities all served as reminders of the city's martial heritage. Yet, for all its glory, Roman warfare was never celebrated for its own sake. The Senate and the people debated the justice of war, whether an enemy had truly wronged Rome, whether the omens were favorable, whether the risks were justified. Ambition and greed could stir conflict, but so too could a genuine sense of duty and fear of chaos. The rituals of fatials, priests who formally declared war, underscored the seriousness with which Romans approached the decision to fight. War was never entered lightly, and the ideal Roman general was as skilled in restraint as in aggression. The cost of expansion was real, and not only in blood. The burdens of service fell heaviest on the poor, who left their fields untended while they marched in defense of the city. The spoils of victory enriched the elite, but the hardships of war left many families struggling to survive. These inequalities would sow seeds of discontent that in time would challenge the very foundations of the Republic. Still, the early centuries of warfare brought Rome more than land and wealth. They brought a sense of destiny. With each victory, Romans came to believe that their gods favored them, that their system of discipline, courage, and adaptability made them superior. The stories of old wars became a living tradition, a guide for future generations, a source of inspiration and warning. Through war, Rome forged alliances that would outlast the battlefield. The Latin colonies and municipia, communities established with partial or full citizenship, spread Roman law, language, and custom across Italy. Roads linked new settlements to the heart of the city, facilitating trade, movement, and the rapid deployment of armies. The city itself grew, enriched by the wealth and talent of conquered peoples. Military expansion shaped every aspect of Roman life: the calendar, the economy, the family, and even religion. Victories were celebrated with new temples and festivals. Gods of war and victory received sacrifices and prayers. The Republic became a society always on the move, always looking outward, always preparing for the next campaign. The cost was a growing complexity, a city that now had to manage not only itself, but an expanding network of allies and dependencies. Questions of citizenship, loyalty, and the fair distribution of spoils became ever more pressing. Rome's early wars were thus not only struggles for land, but also laboratories for the institutions and values that would define the Republic. In the end, the story of Rome's early military expansion is a story of transformation. What began as a small city's fight for survival became the engine that drove its rise to power. War taught the Romans who they were and who they might become. Through discipline, resilience, and an unyielding sense of purpose, they forged a republic that would stand at the center of the world. As Rome's power grew in Italy, new horizons and new dangers appeared across the sea. The Republic, forged in the fires of local conflict, was about to meet its greatest rival, Carthage. The Punic Wars would define an era, transforming Rome from an Italian power into the master of the Western Mediterranean, and forever reshaping the fate of the ancient world. At the dawn of the 3rd century BCE, Rome was already the dominant force in central and southern Italy. Through a mixture of military might and diplomatic flexibility, she had subdued her neighbors, forged alliances, and built a network of roads and colonies that reached from the Apennines to the southernmost tip of the peninsula. But while Rome looked south and east, a different kind of power had arisen to the west. Carthage, a city of traders and sailors whose influence spanned the coasts of Africa, Spain, and Sicily. Carthage was a city of legend, founded by Phoenician settlers centuries before, its harbors crowded with ships, and its markets teeming with goods from every corner of the known world. Its power rested not on the sword, but on gold and commerce. The Carthaginians commanded a network of colonies and allies that stretched across the Mediterranean. Their navy was unrivaled, their city walls said to be impregnable. Yet like Rome, Carthage was a republic, ruled by a senate of merchant princes and guided by a sense of destiny. The collision between these two worlds began over a small, strategic island, Sicily. In 264 BCE, local disputes in the city of Messana drew both Rome and Carthage into conflict, each seeking to protect their interests and allies. What began as a limited intervention soon escalated into the First Punic War, a struggle that would last for more than 2 decades. For Rome, the war was a test of innovation and endurance. At the start, the Republic had little experience with naval warfare. Carthage's fleets dominated the seas, cutting off supplies and threatening the Italian coast. But the Romans, stubborn and resourceful, refused to yield. They built a navy from scratch, copying Carthaginian designs, and introduced a new weapon, the corvus, a boarding bridge that turned sea battles into infantry skirmishes, playing to Roman strengths. Victory did not come easily. Storms wrecked fleets, battles were lost as often as won, and the cost in lives and treasure was staggering. But the Romans persisted, and in 241 BCE, Carthage was forced to sue for peace, ceding Sicily and paying a heavy indemnity. The victory was transformative. For the first time, Rome possessed provinces outside Italy, Sicily, followed by Sardinia and Corsica. The Republic now faced the challenge of governing distant lands, collecting taxes, and managing diverse peoples. The burdens and opportunities of empire were new, and the strains of expansion began to appear in Roman society and politics. The peace was uneasy, and both powers braced for renewed conflict. Carthage, weakened but unbroken, turned its ambitions to Spain, building new armies and seeking new wealth. Rome, ever vigilant, watched warily as the Carthaginian general Hamilcar Barca and his family carved out a new dominion in the Iberian Peninsula. It was Hamilcar's son, Hannibal, who would become Rome's most dangerous enemy, a name that would haunt Roman dreams for generations. The Second Punic War erupted in 218 BCE, sparked by disputes over the city of Saguntum in Spain. Hannibal, a young and brilliant commander, launched one of the most daring campaigns in history. Leading his army, complete with war elephants, across the Pyrenees and the snowbound Alps, he descended into Italy, catching the Romans utterly unprepared. The campaign that followed was a nightmare for the Republic. At Trebia, Lake Trasimene, and Cannae, Roman armies were annihilated, their commanders slain, their spirits shattered. At Cannae alone, more than 50,000 Romans fell in a single day, a loss so immense that the city went into mourning, and the Senate prepared for the worst. Yet Rome did not yield. The city's resilience was legendary. When others might have surrendered, the Senate responded by forbidding any talk of peace and by organizing new armies. Defeated generals were not disgraced but given new commands. Alliances were reinforced, and the city endured. The Italian allies, tempted by Hannibal's promises, mostly remained loyal, bound by ties of citizenship, shared interest, and the relentless pressure of Roman determination. For over a decade, Hannibal ravaged the Italian countryside, unable to capture the city itself, but always a threat. Roman strategy gradually shifted. Instead of risking more armies in pitched battles, the Republic wore down the invaders through attrition and guerrilla tactics, refusing to meet Hannibal on his own terms. Meanwhile, a new generation of Roman leaders emerged. Most famous was Publius Cornelius Scipio, later known as Scipio Africanus, who took the war to Carthage's new empire in Spain and eventually to Africa itself. In 202 BCE, the two greatest generals of their age met at Zama near Carthage. Scipio's army, hardened by years of war, defeated Hannibal in a battle that would mark the end of Carthage's dreams of empire. The terms were harsh. Carthage lost its fleet, its foreign territories, and its right to wage war without Roman consent. The Second Punic War had tested Rome as never before, but in victory, the Republic emerged as the unchallenged master of the Western Mediterranean. The legacy of the Punic Wars went far beyond the battlefield. Rome had become an imperial power, ruling lands and peoples far from the Tiber. The spoils of victory poured into the city: wealth, slaves, art, and new ideas. Generals returned in triumph, their faces wreathed in laurel, their names immortalized. Yet the price was heavy. The social fabric of the Republic was strained by the influx of wealth and inequality. The countryside depopulated as small farmers lost their land, and the old virtues of simplicity and discipline began to give way to new ambitions and temptations. The wars were not yet over. The Third Punic War, a brief but brutal conflict, ended with the destruction of Carthage itself in 146 BCE. The city was razed, its survivors sold into slavery, its memory cursed by a people who could not forget the terror of Hannibal. At the same time, Rome turned east, defeating the powerful kingdoms of Greece and the Hellenistic world. In a few generations, Rome went from a regional power to a vast empire, her legions marching from the Atlantic to the Nile, from the Alps to the deserts of Syria. The expansion brought new challenges: how to govern distant provinces, how to integrate new peoples, how to balance the ambitions of generals and politicians with the needs of the common citizen. The Senate struggled to keep pace, as powerful commanders amassed private armies and fortunes, and the gap between rich and poor widened. The city itself grew, filled with the noise of foreign languages, the splendor of imported art, and the tension of a society in flux. Yet amid the change, the memory of the Punic Wars endured. Hannibal became the symbol of danger, resilience, and the need for constant vigilance. The phrase "Hannibal ad portas," Hannibal is at the gates, reminded Romans that the world was never truly safe. The Republic, born in the struggle for liberty, now faced the challenge of holding together an empire won by the sword. The lessons of the Punic Wars were written into Roman identity: the value of endurance, the necessity of adaptation, the dangers of arrogance, and the price of victory. The Republic had survived its greatest test, but the strains of empire would soon reshape the very foundations of Roman society and politics. As the sun set on Carthage's shattered walls, the world had changed forever. Rome stood alone, unrivaled and unchallenged. Yet the very victories that brought her glory would also bring new questions, new conflicts, and a new struggle, not with foreign enemies, but within the heart of the Republic itself. Victory had brought Rome an empire, but the cost of conquest was soon felt at home. The Republic's triumphs over Carthage and the kingdoms of the East transformed the city into the capital of a vast and diverse domain. Yet with new wealth and power came new tensions, social, economic, and political, that the old institutions of the Republic struggled to contain. The last centuries before the rise of the emperors were marked by turbulence, reform, civil war, and the gradual unraveling of the Republican order. This was the age of the Gracchi, of Marius and Sulla, of men whose ambitions and ideals would both shape and shatter Rome. The problems were at first subtle but insistent. As Rome expanded, the spoils of victory, land, slaves, gold, and grain flowed to the city's elite. Senators and equites, the knights enriched by war and commerce, bought up vast estates, often at the expense of the small farmers who had long been the backbone of the Roman army. These latifundia, worked by slaves captured in war, produced grain cheaply, driving many free citizens from their land and into the swelling city. The countryside emptied, the number of property-owning citizens dwindled, and with them the old values of discipline and duty began to erode. In the heart of Rome, poverty and discontent grew. Thousands of landless citizens crowded into insulae apartment blocks that rose above the city's narrow streets. Many relied on the grain dole, public entertainment, or the promise of military service to survive. The ancient bonds of patronage, once the glue that held society together, began to fray. The Senate, proud guardian of tradition, was slow to respond to the crisis, wary of any change that threatened its privilege. It was in this climate that the brothers Tiberius and Gaius Gracchus emerged, reformers whose names would echo down the centuries. Tiberius, elected tribune of the plebs in 133 BCE, saw the decay of the countryside and the suffering of the poor as threats not just to individuals, but to the republic itself. He proposed a radical solution: to redistribute public land to the poor, reviving the class of small farmers and restoring the army's strength. The Senate, alarmed by the challenge to its wealth and authority, resisted fiercely. Tiberius pressed on, appealing directly to the people, bypassing traditional channels. Violence broke out. Tiberius and hundreds of his followers were killed in a riot, the first time blood was spilled in the political life of the Republic. A decade later, Gaius Gracchus took up his brother's cause, pushing for even broader reforms: grain subsidies, new colonies, extension of citizenship to Rome's Italian allies, and a greater role for the equestrian class in government. His vision was bold, his rhetoric fiery. Once again, the Senate responded with fear and force. Riots erupted. Gaius, pursued by his enemies, died by his own hand. The deaths of the Gracchi marked a turning point. The old rules of debate and compromise gave way to violence and polarization. The Republic's wounds would not heal. The crisis deepened with the rise of powerful generals whose loyalty was not to the Senate or the Republic, but to their armies and themselves. Gaius Marius, a self-made man from humble origins, broke the monopoly of the aristocracy on high office. He reformed the army, opening its ranks to the poor and offering land as a reward for service. The professionalization of the legions gave Rome new strength, but also bound the soldiers' fate to their commander rather than the state. Ambitious men could now wield armies as political weapons, and the city was soon caught in the crossfire of their rivalries. Marius won glory in Africa and Gaul, defeating Jugurtha and the Germanic tribes. His 6 consulships made him a symbol of both merit and ambition, but his rivalry with Lucius Cornelius Sulla, an aristocrat and skilled general, unleashed a cycle of violence that would shake the Republic to its core. Sulla marched his army on Rome itself, a shocking violation of tradition, seized control, and purged his enemies. As dictator, Sulla rewrote the constitution, strengthening the Senate's power and curbing the influence of the tribunes. But his reforms were fleeting. The violence and instability he unleashed could not be contained. The shadow of civil war lengthened. Politics became a blood sport, waged not only in the Senate but in the streets. Ambitious men built factions, bribed voters, and deployed gangs to intimidate rivals. The courts were filled with accusations, the assemblies with shouts and threats. Ancient virtues, gravitas, pietas, fides, were invoked but rarely observed. The Republic, once a community of citizens, was becoming a battlefield of interests and ambition. Beside Rome, the Italian allies who had fought alongside Roman legions grew restless. Denied the rights and privileges of citizenship, they demanded recognition. The social war erupted as Rome's former allies rose in revolt. The city was forced to grant citizenship to all free Italians, a momentous step that expanded the Republic but strained its institutions further. The city's population swelled, the electorate became more diverse, and the bonds of community were tested anew. Meanwhile, in the East, Rome's empire brought fresh challenges. Powerful enemies, such as Mithridates of Pontus, threatened Roman interests, while provincial governors enriched themselves at the expense of the people they ruled. Corruption flourished, and the gap between the ideals of the Republic and the realities of power grew ever wider. By the 1st century BCE, the stage was set for new giants, men whose ambitions would overshadow even those of Marius and Sulla. Figures like Pompey, Crassus, and Julius Caesar would soon dominate, their stories intertwined with the final unraveling of the Republican system. But it was in the age of the Gracchi and the struggles of Marius and Sulla that the cracks first appeared. The willingness to use violence for political ends, the rise of private armies, the failure of the Senate to adapt, and the deepening divide between rich and poor. For many Romans, these years were a time of both fear and hope. Some believed that the Republic could be saved by returning to the old ways, by restoring the authority of the Senate, enforcing discipline, and reviving ancient virtues. Others saw reform as the only answer, urging new laws and institutions to reflect the changing realities of empire. But the ground was shifting, and consensus proved elusive. In the end, the Republic's crisis was not simply a failure of institutions, but a crisis of trust. The bond between citizen and state, between law and power, between tradition and necessity, was stretched to the breaking point. Violence became politics by other means, and the rules that had once defined Roman life were set aside in the name of expedience or survival. Yet even in this era of turmoil, the ideals of the Republic endured. The stories of the Gracchi, of Marius and Sulla, became part of the Roman imagination, a source of warning and inspiration. The city's citizens still gathered in the Forum, still debated the fate of their world, still believed in their hearts in the promise of Republica, the public thing. The Republic would fall, but its spirit would echo through the century. As the sun set on the old order, Rome stood on the threshold of transformation. The age of the Republic, marked by innovation, ambition, and conflict, was ending. In its place, a new power was rising. The age of emperors, of conquest and splendor, of both triumph and tragedy. Yet even as the Republic crumbled, its lessons about power, liberty, duty, and the dangers of division would never be forgotten. In the dying light of the Roman Republic, one name blazed brighter than all the rest, a man whose life would come to embody both the hopes and the fears of an entire civilization. Gaius Julius Caesar was a statesman, a general, a reformer, and, to some, a tyrant. Through his ambition and genius, he would reshape Rome, but his rise would also expose the limits and contradictions of the Republic's ancient ways. Julius Caesar was born into an old patrician family, the gens Julia, whose roots reach back into legend, even to the goddess Venus herself. But in the harsh reality of the late Republic, noble birth was no guarantee of power or fortune. Caesar's early years were marked by political turbulence and personal risk. The rule of Sulla had just ended, and the young Caesar, refusing to renounce his family's connections to the rival Marian faction, found himself a marked man. He went into hiding, narrowly escaping death, and learned early that survival in Rome required both courage and cunning. Caesar's talents soon became clear: his brilliance in rhetoric, his charm with the people, and, above all, his relentless ambition. He began his public career in the courts as an advocate skilled in winning over juries and crowds. He served as a military tribune, then climbed the cursus, honorum quaestor, aedile, praetor. Each office won with calculated generosity, lavish games, and sometimes mountains of debt. Yet where others stumbled, Caesar thrived. His popularity among the common people grew, and he mastered the art of political alliance. The Republic at this time was a system under strain. Factions warred in the Senate. Generals commanded private armies. The rule of law was undermined by bribery, violence, and intrigue. Caesar saw opportunity in crisis. He allied himself with two of the most powerful men in Rome, Gnaeus Pompeius Magnus, Pompey the Great, the hero of the East, and Marcus Licinius Crassus, the richest man in the city. This alliance, known to history as the First Triumvirate, was an informal pact, a way to share power and outmaneuver rivals. Each man brought something to the table: Pompey, military glory; Crassus, wealth; Caesar, popularity and vision. With their support, Caesar secured his most coveted prize, the consulship. As consul in 59 BCE, he pushed through key reforms: land for veterans, benefits for the poor, and measures to strengthen his allies' interests. His tactics were sometimes ruthless. He bypassed senatorial opposition, relied on street mobs, and made bitter enemies among the conservative elite. The year ended with new honors and new animosities. But Caesar had already set his sights on greater things. His next appointment was as governor of Gaul, a vast and unruly region stretching from the Mediterranean to the Atlantic, inhabited by fierce tribes beyond the edge of Roman control. For nearly a decade, Caesar waged a relentless campaign of conquest. Through battles, diplomacy, and daring, he brought all of Gaul under Roman rule, earning the loyalty of his legions and amassing immense wealth. His commentaries on the Gallic War, clear, vivid, and persuasive, made him a celebrity back in Rome, and shaped his image as the Republic's greatest general. But while Caesar conquered in the north, the Republic continued to unravel. Crassus was killed in Parthia, and Pompey, once Caesar's ally, now saw him as a rival. The Senate, fearful of Caesar's growing power, demanded he disband his army and return to Rome as a private citizen. Caesar, knowing that his enemies were waiting with prosecutions and exile, faced a terrible choice: submit and risk everything, or defy the Senate and seize his destiny by force. In January 49 BCE, standing at the banks of the Rubicon River, the boundary between his province and Italy, Caesar made his decision. The moment was both dramatic and fateful. "Alea iacta est," he declared. "The die is cast." With a single step, he crossed the Rubicon, leading his loyal troops into Italy, and set the Republic on the path to civil war. The war that followed was swift and merciless. Caesar's genius as a commander, his speed, and his willingness to forgive former enemies brought him victory after victory. Pompey fled to the east, gathering support, but was defeated in Greece and finally killed in Egypt. The Senate was scattered, the old institutions swept aside. Caesar marched from triumph to triumph, Spain, Africa, the East, offering clemency to his foes but demanding total loyalty in return. With Rome at his feet, Caesar accepted powers that no Roman had held in centuries. He was named dictator, at first for a limited time, then for 10 years, and finally for life. He wore the purple robes and laurel wreaths of kings, though he refused the title. He reformed the calendar, regulated debt, settled veterans in new colonies, expanded citizenship, and sought to bind the wounds of civil war. But with every new honor, with every assumption of power, he moved further from the ideals of the Republic and closer to the shadow of tyranny. Many Romans loved Caesar: the poor, the soldiers, the new citizens whose lives he transformed. But others saw danger in his rule, a betrayal of liberty, an end to the old ways. The Senate, once the guardian of the state, now played a diminished role, its voice drowned out by the acclaim of the masses and the will of a single man. Old friends became conspirators. Plots whispered through the marble halls. On the Ides of March 44 BCE, the knives fell. Caesar, warned by omens but refusing to hide, entered the Senate. A group of senators led by Brutus and Cassius, men who saw themselves as defenders of the Republic, struck him down at the foot of Pompey's statue. "Et tu, Brute," he is said to have whispered, as he fell beneath a storm of blows. The deed was done. The tyrant was dead, but the Republic was not saved. Caesar's assassination shocked Rome and the world. The conspirators had hoped to restore the old order, to revive liberty and the Senate's dignity. Instead, they unleashed a new wave of chaos. The people, mourning their champion, rioted. Caesar's will was read, revealing gifts to the masses and the adoption of his grandnephew, Gaius Octavian. In the streets, the flame of the Republic flickered, battered by grief, anger, and the machinations of new and old rivals. Julius Caesar had changed Rome forever. He showed what one man, armed with vision and daring, could accomplish. He also revealed the limits of the old institutions, the fragility of tradition in the face of ambition, and the dangers of a society that could no longer balance the demands of liberty and order. His death would not restore the Republic. Instead, it marked the beginning of its final transformation, a transformation that would sweep Rome from chaos into empire. The Ides of March had come and gone, but instead of peace, Rome found only uncertainty. The assassination of Julius Caesar was meant to restore the Republic. Instead, it plunged the city and the world into a new cycle of violence and betrayal. The men who killed Caesar had acted in the name of liberty, but they had underestimated the forces that had been unleashed by his life, his death, and the legacy he left behind. The conspirators, led by Brutus and Cassius, had imagined that once Caesar was gone, the old order would return, and the Senate would resume its rightful place at the heart of the Republic. But the city was no longer the Rome they remembered. The people mourned Caesar, whom they saw not as a tyrant, but as a hero who had brought peace and prosperity. Mark Antony, Caesar's trusted ally and colleague, took charge of the funeral, reading Caesar's will and delivering a speech that turned public anger against the assassins. As Caesar's body burned in the Forum, the crowd rioted, and Brutus and Cassius were forced to flee for their lives. A power vacuum opened at the very center of the state. Mark Antony, as consul and loyal friend of Caesar, quickly moved to secure his own position. Yet he was not alone. In the wings waited Gaius Octavius, Octavian, an untested 19-year-old, Caesar's adopted son and legal heir. The Senate, seeking to restore its own authority, attempted to play Antony and Octavian against each other. But the days of senatorial dominance were over. The real contest was between men with armies, ambition, and the willingness to do whatever was necessary to seize power. Octavian moved with a determination that belied his youth. He raised troops, called himself Caesar's son, and demanded a share of the inheritance, not just the wealth, but the loyalty of the legions and the hopes of the people. Antony, alarmed by this rival, marched north. For a moment, open conflict seemed inevitable, but political necessity forged an uneasy alliance. In 43 BCE, a new power-sharing agreement was struck, the Second Triumvirate. Unlike the informal pact between Caesar, Pompey, and Crassus, this alliance between Octavian, Antony, and Marcus Lepidus was given legal force by the Senate, granting its members almost dictatorial powers to restore order and punish Caesar's killers. The Republic, in name at least, still existed. But real authority now rested with 3 men. The triumvirs wasted no time. A brutal wave of proscriptions followed, as enemies and rivals were declared outlaws, their property confiscated, and their lives forfeit. Friends of Caesar, but also innocent citizens, fell victim to the purge. The great orator Cicero, who had spoken out against Antony, was hunted down and killed. His head and hands were displayed in the Forum. A grim warning that the rules of the past no longer applied. Meanwhile, Brutus and Cassius had fled east, raising armies from the provinces of Greece and Asia. The memory of Caesar's assassination was still raw, and both sides claimed to fight for liberty. The conspirators for the Republic, the triumvirs for justice and order. The decisive confrontation came in 42 BCE at the twin battles of Philippi. There, the forces of the triumvirs led by Antony and Octavian met those of Brutus and Cassius. The fighting was desperate and confused, a chaos of men and ideals. In the end, both Brutus and Cassius died by their own hand, their hopes for the Republic dying with them. With their enemies vanquished, the triumvirs divided the Roman world. Octavian took the west, Antony the east, and Lepidus, increasingly sidelined, was left with Africa. The uneasy peace was marred by distrust, personal ambition, and the challenge of governing an empire riven by years of war. Mark Antony soon turned his attention to the east, where he sought both power and pleasure in the court of Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. Their alliance was personal and political, a partnership that scandalized Rome and threatened Octavian's hold on the West. Antony's marriage to Cleopatra, his declaration of her children as heirs to parts of the empire, and his open disregard for Roman customs gave Octavia the opening he needed. Octavian, ever the master of public opinion, launched a campaign to portray Antony as a traitor, bewitched by an Eastern queen and plotting the destruction of Roman values. The Senate, alarmed by Antony's growing power and foreign alliances, transferred its loyalty to Octavian. War became inevitable. Octavian mobilized the West, presenting himself as the defender of Rome against foreign influence and internal decay. The final act came at sea, off the coast of Actium in 31 BCE. Antony and Cleopatra's fleet, battered by disease and supply shortages, was outmaneuvered by Octavian's admiral, Agrippa. As their ships burned and the battle turned against them, Antony and Cleopatra fled, eventually taking their own lives in Egypt. With their deaths, the last resistance to Octavian's rule was gone. Octavian returned to Rome as its undisputed master. The Republic, in truth, if not yet in name, was finished. The Senate still met. The old magistracies still existed, but real power now lay in the hands of one man. Octavian moved carefully, avoiding the mistakes that had doomed Caesar. He refused the title of king or dictator, insisting that he restored the Republic and ruled only as the first citizen princeps, yet he controlled the army, the treasury, and the machinery of government. The Senate, grateful for peace after years of civil war, bestowed on him honors, powers, and finally a new name, Augustus. With the death of Caesar and the wars that followed, Rome's ancient republic was gone. The ideals for which men had killed and died, shared power, liberty, the rule of law, were remembered, but now belonged to a different age. The city that had once been governed by its citizens had become the capital of a new empire, ruled by a single, extraordinary man. The path from Caesar's assassination to the rise of Augustus was one of turmoil, blood, and transformation. It was a time when the old rules no longer held, when men made and broke alliances, when violence became the language of politics and the future of Rome hung in the balance. Yet from this crucible emerged a new order, one that would endure for centuries, shaping the destiny of the Mediterranean and, in time, the world. As the dust settled, Rome found itself at a crossroads. The Republic was dead, but its spirit lived on, in memory, in law, and in the uneasy conscience of those who remembered what had been lost. Augustus would build his power on the ruins of the past, promising peace and prosperity in exchange for the freedom that the Republic had once promised to all. The city of Rome, weary from decades of civil war and upheaval, watched as a new kind of leader emerged from the ashes of the old order. Octavian, now Augustus, would transform not only the institutions of government, but the very meaning of Rome itself. His story is one of patience, calculation, and vision, a story in which the lessons of the past were woven into the promise of a new golden age. When Octavian returned victorious from the east, he entered a city battered by fear and hope. Rome's streets were crowded with veterans and refugees, her fields scarred by years of fighting. The Senate, its prestige battered by warlords and violence, was desperate for stability. The people, exhausted by bloodshed, yearned for peace. Pax. Octavian understood what the city needed and what he needed to do. He moved with careful deliberation, avoiding the fatal mistakes of Caesar. He refused the trappings of kingship, insisted on consulting the Senate, and cloaked himself in the language of tradition and restoration. Yet behind these gestures, Octavian was quietly reshaping the very structure of power. He presented himself as the restorer of the Republic, but everyone knew that the Republic as it had existed could never return. In the year 27 BCE marked a symbolic turning point. Octavian, in a carefully choreographed gesture, returned his extraordinary powers to the Senate and the Roman people. The Senate, grateful and fearful, instead begged him to continue, granting him new honors, the name Augustus, the illustrious one, and authority over the provinces and the legions. Augustus became princeps, the first citizen. The Republic's forms remained. The Senate still met, consuls were still elected, laws were still debated. But the reality was clear to all. Augustus held the real power, and the state was his to command. Augustus understood that the legitimacy of his rule depended not only on force, but on the careful management of image and tradition. He adopted the symbols of republican virtue, humility, piety, and respect for the Senate. He boasted of closing the doors of the Temple of Janus, symbolizing peace in the Roman world. He rebuilt temples, sponsored games and festivals, and restored the ancient rituals. The city itself was transformed. New forums, temples, and monuments rose, testifying to a rebirth of Roman greatness. "I found Rome a city of brick," he would say, "and left her a city of marble." The power Augustus wielded was immense, but it was cloaked in the forms of tradition. He controlled the army as imperator, the provinces as proconsul, and the people's assemblies through carefully managed patronage. He was Pontifex Maximus, the chief priest of Rome, guardian of the gods and the city's destiny. By collecting and combining powers that had once been separated, Augustus ensured his authority was unrivaled, but always under the guise of serving the public good. At the same time, Augustus worked tirelessly to create a sense of unity and shared destiny. He promoted moral legislation, encouraging marriage, childbirth, and traditional family values. He emphasized the virtues of the past, discipline, gravitas, pietas, and held himself up as a model of Roman restraint and moderation. Poets and artists, from Virgil to Horace, were enlisted to celebrate the glory of Rome and the promise of the new age. The Aeneid, Virgil's epic, told the story of Rome's founding as a tale of destiny and sacrifice, casting Augustus as the heir to Aeneas, the pious founder. Augustus also understood that Rome was now an empire, a patchwork of peoples, languages, and cultures, stretching from Spain to Syria, from Britain to Egypt. He governed through a system of provinces, some ruled directly by the Senate, others under his own authority. Local elites were co-opted, granted citizenship and honors in exchange for loyalty. The frontiers were secured by legions and diplomacy. Troublesome regions were pacified with a blend of force and tolerance. Trade flourished along new roads and sea routes, connecting distant corners of the empire to the wealth and splendor of the capital. The Roman world Augustus built was in many ways unprecedented. The city itself was transformed, its population swelling to over 1 million. The Colosseum, the Pantheon, the Aura Pacis. All these monuments spoke of Rome's power and its new imperial identity. Public works, roads, aqueducts, baths, improved the lives of citizens and reminded them of the benefits of Augustan rule. The coinage bore his image. His statues filled the provinces. His name became synonymous with order and peace. Yet beneath the surface, the new order had its anxieties. Augustus, for all his success, was haunted by the dangers that had destroyed Caesar and the Republic. He surrounded himself with trusted allies, Agrippa, Maecenas, Livia, but was always wary of rivals. Succession was an ever-present concern. The Republic's old mechanisms of electing leaders could not easily be replaced. Augustus adopted and groomed potential heirs. First Marcellus, then Agrippa, then his grandsons Gaius and Lucius, and finally Tiberius. Each choice brought new intrigue, new anxieties, new reminders of the fragility of power. The Roman elite, for their part, learned to adapt to the new reality. Some mourned the passing of true liberty. Others embraced the opportunities of imperial service. The Senate remained a prestigious body, but its decisions were often guided by imperial will. Ambitious men and women sought favor with the princeps. their careers rising and falling with the tides of imperial patronage. For the common people, the changes brought both hope and uncertainty. The promise of peace and prosperity was real. The grain dole continued, public spectacles multiplied, and the dangers of civil war receded. The provinces enjoyed the benefits of Roman law, order, and infrastructure, even as local cultures and traditions were absorbed or adapted. Yet the reality of empire was also a world of sharp divisions between citizen and subject, free and slave, rich and poor. Augustus lived to a great age, ruling Rome for over 40 years. He managed, through skill and good fortune, to keep the empire stable, to defeat threats from within and without, and to leave a legacy that would endure for centuries. When he died in 14 CE, his body was laid to rest in a grand mausoleum on the banks of the Tiber. He was mourned as the father of his country, a title no king or dictator had ever claimed. The system Augustus created, the Principi, would guide Rome for generations. Emperors who followed took his name, his titles, and, often, his careful balancing of tradition and innovation. Some would rule with wisdom and restraint, others would push the boundaries of power and cruelty. Yet all owed their position to the groundwork laid by Augustus, the man who turned a city divided by civil war into the heart of an empire. The birth of the empire was not the end of change, but the beginning of a new age. Rome would face new crises, new conquests, new challenges, but the world Augustus left behind would remain a touchstone, an ideal of order, peace, and imperial grandeur. The Republic, remembered in law and legend, had passed away. In its place stood a new Rome, ruled not by the will of many, but by the vision and genius of one. And as the sun set on the city of marble, Rome looked out across her dominions, from the misty shores of Britannia to the deserts of Africa, secure, for a moment, in the peace that Augustus had promised and delivered. Augustus' genius as a ruler was not measured only by his victories in war or the monuments he left behind, but by the enduring structure he gave to the Roman state. Where others had grasped for power with open force, Augustus reshaped Rome through subtlety, law, and reform. He understood that for an empire to last, it needed more than the will of a single man. It needed order, stability, and a framework that could survive long after its founder was gone. The first and most important change Augustus made was in the delicate balance between old and new. He was careful never to declare himself king. The Romans, with their long memory of tyrants, would never accept such a title. Instead, Augustus preserved the outward forms of the Republic. The Senate still met, the magistrates were still elected, and the assemblies still gathered. But in practice, the heart of the state now beat to his rhythm. Through a series of carefully orchestrated settlements, Augustus was granted powers that far exceeded those of any other citizen, but always under the legal framework of the old Republic. He held two principal sources of authority. The first was Imperium Maius, or supreme command over the provinces and their armies, meaning that all generals and governors answered to him. The second was Tribunicia Potestas, or the power of the tribune, allowing him to propose laws, veto decisions, and protect the rights of the people. By separating military and civil power, but collecting both in his person, Augustus became the first among equals, the princeps. Yet in truth, he stood alone. Augustus reformed the Senate itself, reducing its size, setting standards for membership, and insisting on regular attendance. He filled its ranks with loyal men from both old families and new, blending the aristocracy with rising talent from Italy and the provinces. The Senate was still a center of prestige and discussion, but its decisions were increasingly guided by the will of the emperor. Augustus was a master of consensus, inviting debate and then quietly ensuring that his views prevailed. He respected the Senate's dignity, but made it clear that ultimate authority lay elsewhere. The magistracies were also retained, but their power was limited. Consuls and praetors continued to be elected, but the real power to command armies, control the treasury, and appoint officials belonged to Augustus. He reorganized the administration of the city and the provinces, establishing a permanent bureaucracy to manage the growing needs of empire. Taxation was made more efficient. Public spending, especially on infrastructure, was carefully managed. Corruption, always a problem in the late Republic, was curbed through new laws and tighter oversight. Perhaps the most radical of Augustus' reforms concerned the provinces. Under the Republic, governors often treated their provinces as private fiefdoms, enriching themselves at the expense of the people. Augustus divided the provinces into two categories: senatorial, governed by men chosen by the Senate, and imperial, governed by his own appointees, often drawn from the ranks of the army. The most volatile and strategically important provinces, those with large numbers of legions, were kept under his direct control. This system brought stability and order, reducing abuses and tying the loyalty of the army firmly to the emperor. Augustus was also a tireless builder. He undertook massive public works, from roads and aqueducts to temples and markets. He boasted of having restored or rebuilt more than 80 temples in Rome alone. The city became a living symbol of imperial glory, its marble facades and grand avenues reflecting the unity and power of the new order. Public works were not merely decorative. They provided jobs, improved the quality of life, and demonstrated the emperor's concern for his people. Social reform was another cornerstone of Augustus's program. He believed that the health of the state depended on the moral character of its citizens. To revive what he saw as the fading virtues of old Rome, he passed laws encouraging marriage, penalizing adultery, and offering incentives for large families. He tried to strengthen the traditional authority of the father within the household, reinforce religious observance, and revive ancient festivals. These laws were not always popular. Many in the elite chafed at Augustus' attempts to regulate private life, but they reflected his belief in a moral and disciplined society. Religion was given new prominence under Augustus. As Pontifex Maximus, he presided over the state cults and restored neglected temples. He reformed the priesthoods, revived ancient rituals, and even promoted the worship of the Roman state itself. The genius of Augustus, the spirit of the emperor, was honored alongside the gods, especially in the provinces. The famous Ara Pacis, the altar of peace, was dedicated to celebrate the harmony Augustus claimed to have restored. In the provinces, Augustus worked to integrate diverse peoples into the Roman system. He extended citizenship to deserving individuals, supported local elites, and promoted Roman law and culture. At the same time, he respected local customs, religions, and languages, understanding that stability depended on a blend of unity and tolerance. The frontiers of the empire were secured by a network of roads, forts, and client kings, local rulers who governed in Rome's name and depended on imperial support. The army itself was reformed and professionalized. Augustus reduced its size, established fixed terms of service, and created the Aeraria Militari, a military treasury to fund veterans' pensions. Soldiers swore loyalty to the emperor, not to their individual commanders, reducing the threat of military coups. The Praetorian Guard, an elite unit stationed in Rome, became both protectors and, at times, kingmakers in the heart of imperial power. Augustus also paid close attention to the daily needs of the people. The grain supply, so vital to the life of the city, was stabilized and administered with care. Free distributions of food continued, along with public games and festivals. Fire and police services were organized for the first time. The city became cleaner, safer, and more orderly, a sharp contrast to the chaos of the late Republic. Yet for all these reforms, Augustus knew the greatest threat to the new order was the question of succession. The Republic had survived for centuries because power was temporary and shared. The Principate depended on the endurance of a single family. Augustus, despite his long reign, faced tragedy and disappointment in his search for an heir. He outlived his chosen successors, Marcellus, Agrippa, Gaius Lucius, and was finally forced to adopt Tiberius, his stepson, as his son and successor. The transfer of power would always be the Achilles heel of the empire, a source of intrigue, competition, and, at times, civil war. Through all these changes, Augustus maintained a careful balance between innovation and tradition. He understood that to rule Rome was not only to wield power, but to respect the stories, the symbols, and the spirit of the past. The empire he built was one of both continuity and change, a new order founded on the old. The legacy of Augustus' reforms was profound and lasting. The political structures he created would endure for centuries. The sense of Roman identity he fostered would outlive even the empire itself. Later generations would look back on his reign as a golden age, a time when Rome was at peace, prosperous, and united. The words Pax Romana, Roman peace, became both a reality and an ideal. When Augustus died, the empire mourned. The Senate declared him a god, the Divus Augustus, and his name became a title for all who followed. Statues and inscriptions throughout the empire bore witness to his achievements. But perhaps his greatest accomplishment was less tangible, the creation of a political and social order that could survive the ambitions of men, the challenges of history, and the storms of fate. As night fell on the city he had remade, Augustus could look back on a life spent not only conquering, but building, a legacy not only of power, but of peace. For the first time in living memory, Rome knew peace. Not the peace of exhaustion or uneasy truce, but an era of security and prosperity unprecedented in the ancient world. This was the Pax Romana, the Roman peace, the age that later generations would look back on as a golden time. From the wind-swept moors of Britain to the deserts of Syria, from the sunlit shores of Spain to the green valleys of the Nile, the world was bound together under the eagle's wing. It was an age that brought not only order, but transformation, changing the lives of millions from emperors to slaves. At its heart, the Pax Romana was the product of Rome's unrivaled power. For more than 2 centuries, from the reign of Augustus through the 5 good emperors, the empire knew few invasions, little internal strife, and no rival capable of matching her armies or her ambition. The frontiers, marked by walls, rivers, and desert sands, became not just borders but bridges. Merchants, soldiers, travelers, and ideas moved with an ease the world had never known. In Rome itself, the city blossomed into a metropolis without equal. 1 million souls crowded its streets and markets, its forums and amphitheaters. The hum of commerce and debate filled the air, and the city glowed at night with thousands of lamps. Aqueducts brought fresh water from distant hills. Sewers kept the city clean. Granaries, supplied by the grain fleets from Africa and Egypt, ensured that the people were fed. Public baths, open to rich and poor alike, offered a place not only to wash, but to socialize, gossip, and do business. Theaters and circuses entertained the crowds with drama, races and games on a scale undreamed of by earlier generations. Life during the Pax Romana was marked by remarkable stability. The empire's roads, straight, paved, and expertly maintained, stitched the provinces to the capital. A messenger could travel from one end of the empire to the other in a matter of weeks. Provincial governors enforced the laws, collected taxes, and kept the peace, backed by the disciplined legions stationed at key points along the frontiers. Pirates and bandits, once a constant menace, were hunted down. Rebellions, though they did flare, were rare and often swiftly crushed. In the countryside, the rhythms of rural life endured, but with new opportunities. Veterans retired to fertile colonies, bringing Roman customs and technology with them. Farmers grew wheat, olives, grapes, and fruit for the hungry cities. Large country estates spread across Italy, Gaul, and Hispania, their owners enjoying both luxury and the fruits of empire. In the cities, craftsmen produced pottery, glassware, metalwork, and textiles. Traded across vast distant markets offered spices from India, silk from China, furs from the north, and perfumes from Arabia. Rome became not only the center of government, but the heart of a world economy. The empire's diversity was both challenge and strength. Dozens of languages were spoken from province to province. Countless gods were worshipped in city and village. Roman citizenship, once a rare and precious status, was gradually extended, first to allies in Italy, then to soldiers and officials in the provinces, and finally, by the time of Caracalla, to nearly all freemen in the empire. Local customs and laws persisted, but the unifying force of Roman law, Latin and Greek language, and imperial administration provided common ground. Religion flourished in many forms. The old Roman gods, Jupiter, Juno, Mars, Venus, remained at the heart of official ritual, but new cults from the east gained followers. Isis from Egypt, Mithras from Persia, Cybele from Anatolia. Judaism and, increasingly, Christianity took root, often meeting suspicion and at times persecution, but offering hope and meaning to the restless or oppressed. Temples, synagogues, shrines, and household altars stood side by side, each honoring the divine in its own way. Daily life for ordinary Romans was both secure and uncertain. The poor lived in crowded insulae, apartment buildings, often made of wood, vulnerable to fire and collapse. The grain dole and public entertainment kept unrest in check, but many struggled to make ends meet. Artisans, shopkeepers, and laborers filled the teeming streets, while the rich retreated to townhouses and country villas surrounded by slaves and luxury. Social mobility was possible, but rarely easy. Patronage, family connections, and fortune played their part. Education spread, especially in the cities. Boys and, in wealthy families, some girls, learned to read and write, often in both Latin and Greek. Rhetoric, law, and philosophy were prized, and a cultured Roman might quote Homer and Virgil as easily as the latest political gossip. Public libraries opened, and poets, orators, and historians flourished, their words surviving to this day. The family remained the foundation of Roman society. The authority of the paterfamilias was strong, but women played important roles in household management, business, and even politics, often behind the scenes. Marriages were arranged with care. Children were cherished and educated according to their families' means and ambitions. Slavery, though ever present and sometimes brutal, could offer a path to freedom, and for a lucky few, to wealth and influence. The empire's military might was visible everywhere. The legions stationed in camps from Britain to Judea were both shield and sword. Soldiers built roads, guarded borders, and enforced the emperor's will. Veterans retired to new colonies, bringing Roman discipline and custom to the furthest edges of the known world. Yet the army was also a source of anxiety, a reminder that, for all the splendors of peace, the threat of violence was never far away. Art and architecture reached new heights during the Pax Romana. The Colosseum rose above the city, hosting spectacles that thrilled and horrified. Temples, basilicas, triumphal arches, and bath complexes graced every major city. Mosaics and frescoes adorned homes, sculpture captured the faces of emperors and the everyday life of citizens. Literature and philosophy flourished, with writers like Seneca, Juvenal, Martial, and Tacitus exploring the meaning of power, virtue, and fate. For all its stability, the Pax Romana was not free from problems. Wealth and poverty existed side by side. Corruption and intrigue festered beneath the surface. Periodic plagues and famines reminded all of the fragility of fortune. The imperial succession, for all Augustus' careful planning, remained uncertain. An emperor could rise from obscurity or fall to a blade in the night. The vastness of the empire, once a strength, became increasingly difficult to govern. Yet for generations, the people of Rome and her provinces knew a world in which travel was possible, commerce was secure, and the rule of law was strong. The dream of a universal order, of Orbis Terrarum, the circle of the lands under Roman sway, seemed within reach. Looking back, the Pax Romana stands as both reality and myth, a time when the ambitions of the past were realized, when cities flourished, and when the world was, for a moment, at peace. Its legacy would shape the imagination of Europe for centuries, inspiring poets, artists, and dreamers long after the last emperor had fallen. In the heart of the empire, as the sun set over the golden domes and marble columns, a Roman could believe, if only for a while, that the world had finally been made whole. With the death of Augustus, Rome faced the great test of any monarchy or regime: succession. Would the peace and order he had established survive beyond his guiding hand? The answer came in the form of his family. By blood, by adoption, by marriage, whose ambitions and flaws would shape the destiny of Rome for nearly a century. The era of the Julio-Claudian emperors unfolded as a tapestry of brilliance and darkness, stability and scandal, laying bare both the promise and the peril of imperial rule. Tiberius, the stepson and reluctant heir of Augustus, was the first to inherit the mantle of princeps. A seasoned general, Tiberius brought discipline and caution to the throne. He extended the borders of the empire, oversaw the administration with a firm hand, and preserved the structures Augustus had created. Yet, Tiberius was marked by suspicion and reserve. He trusted few, retreated from public life, and in his later years withdrew to the island of Capri, leaving much of the administration in the hands of ambitious and ruthless subordinates. The Senate, once a partner in government, became increasingly marginalized, and the shadow of treason trials and informers darkened Roman politics. Tiberius's reign, though stable, left Rome uneasy. A city governed by fear as much as law. The death of Tiberius brought a dramatic change. Gaius, better known as Caligula, was greeted as a savior by the people. The young emperor, charismatic and extravagant, promised a new golden age. For a moment, joy and optimism returned. But Caligula's reign quickly descended into chaos. Whether due to illness, paranoia, or unchecked power, he turned cruel and unpredictable, demanding to be worshipped as a living god, squandering the treasury on spectacles and punishing both friends and foes with sudden violence. His excesses became legendary. His horse, Incitatus, rumored to be named consul, his public humiliations of the Senate, his delight in shocking the city. After 4 tumultuous years, Caligula was assassinated by his own guards, his death greeted with relief by all. Into the void stepped Claudius, the most unlikely of emperors. Often overlooked and underestimated, mocked for his stammer and limp, Claudius proved to be an able and energetic ruler. He expanded the empire, most famously conquering Britain, and reformed the administration, opening the Senate to new men from the provinces. He improved the legal system, built new aqueducts, and worked tirelessly for the good of the city. Yet Claudius was also vulnerable to intrigue, manipulated by his wives and freedmen. His fourth wife, Agrippina, is believed to have poisoned him to secure the throne for her son, Nero. Nero, the last of the Julio-Claudian line, is perhaps the most infamous of all Rome's emperors. His early reign, guided by wise advisors like Seneca and Burrus, promised renewal. He patronized the arts, staged public games, and enjoyed the adoration of the people. But as Nero grew in confidence, his darker tendencies emerged. He indulged in extravagance, persecuted rivals, and executed his own mother and wife. The Great Fire of Rome in 64 CE, which destroyed much of the city, was followed by rumors that Nero had played his lyre as Rome burned. Seeking a scapegoat, he launched the first great persecution of Christians, subjecting them to torture and death. Nero's extravagance and cruelty provoked rebellion in the provinces and the loss of support among the elite. In 68 CE, facing revolt and desertion, Nero took his own life, uttering the words, "What an artist dies in me!" With his death, the Julio-Claudian dynasty ended in chaos, and Rome plunged into a year of civil war. Yet the legacy of the Julio-Claudians was more than scandal. Under their rule, the structures of the Principate endured and evolved. The imperial court became the true center of power, The bureaucracy grew more sophisticated, and the system of imperial succession, however unpredictable, was established as the new norm. The provinces prospered, the army remained loyal, and Roman law and culture continued to spread. The dynasty also revealed the dangers inherent in a system built around one man. The emperor was both the protector and the potential destroyer of the state. His will could bring justice or terror, order or chaos. The Senate, the people, and the army each vied for influence, but none could balance the power of the princeps for long. The Julio-Claudians became characters in their own tragic drama, torn between public duty and private passion, between the burden of tradition and the temptations of absolute power. Their triumphs and failings became the material of legend, inspiring historians, poets, and the people of Rome for generations. The age they shaped was brilliant and dangerous, a time when the greatest city in the world was both more powerful and more vulnerable than ever before. As the century turned, the empire stood at a crossroads. The dream of Augustus had been tested by men of every character: the cautious Tiberius, the wild Caligula, the shrewd Claudius, the self-destructive Nero. Each, in his own way, revealed the promise and the peril of empire. The machinery of power endured, but the soul of Rome, its traditions, its courage, its hope, remained, waiting for the next chapter to begin. In the end, the story of the Julio-Claudians is the story of Rome itself. A story of ambition, innovation, and fragility, always haunted by the tension between order and excess, between the memory of liberty and the reality of empire. For more than 2 centuries, the empire built by Augustus and his heirs had seemed eternal, an unbreakable force, binding the world in order and peace. But beneath the marble surface, cracks had begun to form. The story of Rome's decline is not the tale of a sudden collapse, but of slow erosion, as pressures from within and without combined to push the greatest empire the world had known to the brink. The seeds of crisis were sown in the 2nd and 3rd centuries CE as the strains of governing a vast, diverse empire grew ever more severe. The population of Rome, once the proud heart of the world, began to shrink. Plagues swept through the cities and countryside, reducing both the workforce and the tax base. The costs of defending the frontiers rose as tribes from beyond the Rhine and Danube pressed ever harder, seeking land, wealth, and security within Rome's borders. Economically, the empire was struggling. The influx of wealth and slaves that had fueled Rome's rise slowed, then stopped. Inflation soared as emperors debased the currency, desperately trying to pay the army and fund the vast machinery of the state. Land, once the source of prosperity, lay abandoned in some regions. Small farmers, unable to compete with large estates or survive new taxes, left their fields, swelling the cities or joining the ranks of the poor and disaffected. The great cities of the empire, once hubs of trade and culture, began to suffer. Local elites, faced with growing demands from imperial tax collectors, struggled to maintain the public works and amenities that had defined Roman life. In the provinces, resentment grew as the burden of supporting the empire fell ever more heavily on those least able to bear it. But perhaps the most serious crisis was political. The emperor, once the linchpin of the system, became a source of instability. Succession was rarely clear. The army, rather than the Senate or the people, increasingly decided who would rule. Ambitious generals, commanding loyal legions on the frontiers, marched on Rome or proclaimed themselves emperor in distant cities between 235 and 284 CE, a period known as the crisis of the 3rd century. More than 20 men would claim the purple, most meeting violent ends. Some ruled for only months, others for a few years, but all struggled to maintain the loyalty of both army and state. Civil war became a recurring nightmare. Provinces broke away, forming their own short-lived empires in Gaul, Britain, or the East. The borders, once secure, now seemed porous. Barbarian tribes, the Goths, the Alemanni, the Franks, raided deeper and deeper, sometimes settling as foederati. Allies granted land in exchange for service, sometimes pillaging and retreating before imperial armies could respond. The Roman army itself was changing. Once drawn from citizen farmers and loyal provincials, it now relied more heavily on mercenaries and recruits from the frontiers. Discipline, training, and tradition declined. Loyalty was often to a commander rather than to Rome itself. Armies fought each other as often as they fought the empire's external enemies. The culture of Rome, too, was in flux. Old pagan rituals persisted, but Christianity was spreading rapidly, offering hope and community in uncertain times. The old civic religion, with its festivals and sacrifices, lost its hold. The sense of Roman identity, once a unifying force, became fragmented as people looked to local leaders, regional gods, or new faiths for meaning. Yet, even in crisis, the empire showed remarkable resilience. A few strong emperors emerged: Decius, Aurelian, Probus, who fought back invaders, restored order, and briefly reunited the fractured provinces. The walls of cities were strengthened, new fortresses built, and the bureaucracy expanded to keep the machinery of state running. Trade revived in some regions, and Rome remained for a time the most important city in the world. But the cost was immense. The army consumed ever more resources. Taxes rose. Conscription pressed harder on the poor. Social mobility declined, as men were tied to their trades or to the land by imperial decree. The old freedoms of the Republic, the ambitions of the early empire, seemed a distant memory. Life became more rigid, more anxious, and for many, more desperate. The crisis of the 3rd century left scars that would never fully heal. When Diocletian came to power in 284 CE, he faced a world transformed by decades of turmoil. The age of the old empire was over. In its place, a new order was emerging, more autocratic, more militarized, more bureaucratic. Diocletian's reforms would bring temporary stability, but the dream of a unified, invulnerable Rome was gone. The seeds of decline had been planted long before the final fall. Economic exhaustion, political chaos, external threats, and social change all played their part. Yet the most remarkable aspect of the Roman story is not its collapse, but its endurance. For centuries, through crisis after crisis, Rome survived, adapting, evolving, and leaving a legacy that would outlive even the end of the empire itself. As the 3rd century drew to a close, the world that Rome had built was forever changed. The glory of the past still haunted the streets and the hearts of her people, but the challenges of the present could not be denied. The story of Rome was entering its final act, a story not only of loss, but of transformation. In the late 3rd century, Rome stood, battered but unbroken. The empire had survived decades of chaos, civil war, and foreign invasion, but it was a shadow of its former self. Its population was weary, its cities diminished, its frontiers strained. Yet out of this crucible emerged 2 emperors whose vision and will would reshape the world: Diocletian and Constantine. Their reforms would alter not only the structure of government, but the very nature of Roman identity, faith, and society. Diocletian, a soldier from the province of Dalmatia, seized power in 284 CE. He found an empire in desperate need of order. No single man, he judged, could govern such a vast and turbulent realm. Diocletian's solution was radical. He divided power, creating the Tetrarchy, the rule of 4. 2 senior emperors, or Augusti, would govern the east and west, each with a junior colleague, or Caesar, as his deputy and designated successor. With capital spread across the empire, from Nicomedia to Trier, from Milan to Antioch, Diocletian hoped to bring government closer to the provinces, strengthen the frontiers, and reduce the threat of civil war. The Tetrarchy was an experiment in shared rule. Each emperor had his own army, court, and administration, but all were bound by loyalty and common interest. For a time, the system worked. Rebellions were suppressed, borders fortified, and the economy stabilized. Diocletian undertook a sweeping reform of the empire's finances. Taxes were assessed more fairly, coinage was stabilized, and the army's needs prioritized. He increased the size of the bureaucracy, making government more efficient, if also more complex and expensive. But Diocletian's reforms came at a price. The power of the Senate and the old aristocracy diminished, replaced by imperial officials loyal to the emperor. The free cities of the empire, once proud centers of local autonomy, were now subject to imperial edicts. Society grew more rigid, professions became hereditary, farmers were bound to their land, and personal freedom shrank. The days of the citizen soldier and the free Roman farmer were gone, replaced by a new order of service. Obligation and hierarchy. Religion, too, was transformed. Diocletian saw himself as a living embodiment of Roman tradition, a restorer of the old gods, protector of the ancient rites. The emperors were increasingly venerated as semi-divine, distant from the masses, surrounded by ritual and ceremony. Diocletian's persecution of Christians was the most severe in Roman history. Churches were destroyed, scriptures burned, and thousands died for their faith. Yet persecution only strengthened the resolve of believers, and the Christian community continued to grow, quietly weaving itself into the fabric of the empire. When Diocletian retired in 305 CE, the only emperor ever to do so willingly, he left an empire more stable, but also more authoritarian. The tetrarchy soon broke down as rivals and would-be emperors fought for power. Into this maelstrom stepped Constantine, the man who would forever alter the fate of Rome. Constantine, the son of one of Diocletian's original Caesars, was acclaimed emperor by his troops in Britain. Over the next 2 decades, he fought his way across the empire, defeating rival emperors and consolidating power in his own hands. The decisive moment came in 312 CE. On the eve of battle at the Milvian Bridge outside Rome. According to legend, Constantine saw a vision, a cross of light in the sky, and the words, "In this sign conquer." He ordered his soldiers to paint the Christian symbol on their shields, and against the odds, won a resounding victory. The conversion of Constantine is one of history's turning points. Though he was not baptized until his deathbed, Constantine ended the persecution of Christians, issuing the Edict of Milan in 313 CE, granting religious freedom throughout the empire. He favored Christian bishops, gave gifts to the church, and began a partnership that would shape Europe for centuries. For the first time, Christianity moved from the shadows into the halls of power, transforming not only the faith, but the state itself. Constantine's reign was one of innovation and ambition. He founded a new capital, Constantinople, on the site of the old Greek city of Byzantium, a city founded by Rome, but for the world. Strategically located between Europe and Asia, rich in trade and easily defended, Constantinople would soon rival and eventually surpass Rome as the heart of empire. It was a statement of intent. The center of gravity was shifting eastward to a world more Greek than Latin, more Christian than pagan. The administration of the empire was further refined. Constantine reorganized the army, separating frontier troops from elite mobile units, creating a more flexible defense. He divided the provinces into smaller units, each overseen by a loyal official. The economy was regulated with new laws, and the coinage was stabilized with the introduction of the solidus, a gold coin that would become the standard of Mediterranean commerce for centuries. Yet the changes were not without cost. The old pagan traditions faded as Christian influence grew. Temples were closed and pagan rituals discouraged, though full persecution was rare during Constantine's reign. The Senate remained in Rome, but its authority waned, as real power was exercised by the imperial court and bishops in Constantinople. The lines between church and state blurred as emperors intervened in theological disputes and used the church to maintain social order. Society continued to evolve. The new Christian elite joined the ranks of senators and governors, while the masses found hope in the promises of salvation and eternal life. The unity of the empire was increasingly based on faith as well as law. The days of the old Roman gods, of Jupiter and Mars, Venus and Minerva, slipped into memory and myth. Constantine died in 337 CE, having reigned for over 30 years. His sons inherited the empire but could not preserve the unity he had forged. The empire was divided once more, the western and eastern halves drifting apart, different in language, culture, and, increasingly, in fate. The transformation of empire under Diocletian and Constantine was profound. The world they left behind was not the Rome of Augustus or Trajan, but a new creation, larger, more complex, more hierarchical, and above all, more Christian. The old republic was a distant memory. The old city of Rome, no longer the center of power. In its place stood an empire at once ancient and new, poised on the edge of a new era. The changes that Diocletian and Constantine set in motion would shape not only the last centuries of Roman rule, but the future of Europe and the world. As the Western Empire weakened, the East would endure, preserving Roman law, tradition, and learning for 1,000 years more. Yet even as new capitals rose and new faiths triumphed, the memory of old Rome, her virtues and her vices, would never be forgotten. As the 4th century drew to a close, the Roman world faced challenges that were unlike any it had known before. For centuries, Rome's borders had held firm, her legions guarding the frontiers from Britain to the deserts of Mesopotamia. But now, the great walls and rivers that had defined the edges of empire were no longer enough. A tide was rising in the north and east, a movement of peoples, nations, and armies that would sweep across Europe, reshape the world, and bring the Western Roman Empire to its knees. The so-called barbarian invasions were not the sudden onslaughts of savages described in later legends, but a complex process. Waves of migration, conflict, and adaptation that unfolded over generations. The peoples beyond Rome's borders were themselves pressured by changes far beyond the empire's control. In the late 4th century, the arrival of the Huns, ferocious horsemen from the steppes of Central Asia, forced Germanic tribes to seek refuge and new lands within Roman territory. The Visigoths, driven by fear and hunger, crossed the Danube in 376 CE, seeking asylum and a place within the empire. The Roman response was at first uncertain, then disastrous. Officials demanded bribes, exploited the refugees, and failed to integrate them. Starving and desperate, the Visigoths rebelled. In 378 CE, at the Battle of Adrianople, the Roman army was crushed, and the Eastern Emperor Valens was killed. For the first time in centuries, a Roman emperor had fallen in battle against a foreign foe. The psychological shock was immense. The lesson was clear. The old order could no longer guarantee safety. In the decades that followed, more tribes moved westward. Ostrogoths, Vandals, Suebi, Alans. Some seeking land, others plundered. Rome, now split between eastern and western halves, struggled to respond. The Western Empire, based in Ravenna and increasingly reliant on barbarian mercenaries, was plagued by weak leadership, internal power struggles, and financial exhaustion. The most dramatic blow came in 410 CE when the Visigothic king Alaric, after years of broken promises and failed negotiations, led his army into the city of Rome itself. For 3 days, the Eternal City was plundered. Though much of the population was spared, the symbolism was devastating. Rome had not been taken by a foreign enemy in nearly 800 years. Across the empire and beyond, the world shuddered. The unthinkable had happened. The Western Empire staggered on, but its days were numbered. Britain was abandoned to its fate. Gaul and Spain were divided among competing barbarian kingdoms. In North Africa, the Vandals established a powerful state, seizing Carthage and threatening Rome's grain supply. The Western emperors, often puppets of military strongmen, could do little but watch as their authority withered. Amid this chaos, a new threat emerged: the Huns. Under the leadership of Attila, the Scourge of God, the Huns swept through the Balkans, invaded Gaul, and threatened Italy itself. Rome was spared by a combination of disease, famine, and diplomacy, most famously by the intervention of Pope Leo I, who persuaded Attila to withdraw. Yet the damage was done. The world that Rome had ruled was fracturing into a patchwork of new powers. The end, when it came, was both tragic and anticlimactic. In 476 CE, the last Roman emperor in the West, the boy, Romulus Augustulus, was deposed by Odoacer, a Germanic general in the Roman army. No great battle, no heroic last stand, just the quiet transfer of power from a fading dynasty to a new order. The Senate, still lingering in the ruins of its ancient authority, sent the imperial regalia to Constantinople, acknowledging the Eastern Emperor as sole ruler. The Western Roman Empire, as a political entity, was finished. But the story does not end there. The peoples who conquered the Western Empire did not seek its destruction, but its inheritance. They adopted Roman law, Christian faith, Latin language, and many of the customs and institutions of their former masters. The city of Rome itself, though diminished, remained a center of pilgrimage, learning, and faith. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, grew in importance, laying the foundations for the medieval papacy. For the ordinary people of the empire, life changed in ways both profound and subtle. Cities shrank, trade declined, great estates gave way to local strongholds. Yet, Roman roads, bridges, and aqueducts endured. Latin remained the language of law and administration. The memory of Rome, the idea of empire, survived, shaping the kingdoms that followed. The Eastern Roman Empire, known later as Byzantium, endured for nearly 1,000 years after the fall of the West. From Constantinople, emperors ruled lands rich in culture, learning, and faith. The laws of Rome were codified, Greek and Christian traditions blended, and new threats, Persians, Arabs, and later Turks, tested the resilience of the Eastern Empire. Yet, even in the darkest times, the torch of Roman civilization continued to burn. The barbarian invasions were, in truth, the birth pangs of a new Europe. Old boundaries faded, and new kingdoms rose from the ashes of empire. Franks in Gaul, Visigoths in Spain, Ostrogoths and then Lombards in Italy, Vandals in Africa, and Anglo-Saxons in Britain. Each bore the mark of Rome. Each claimed its legacy. Each contributed to the world that would one day call itself the West. The fall of the Western Empire was not the end, but a transformation. The world changed, but the ideals, the laws, the faith, and the memory of Rome lived on. The ruins of the Forum, the arches and amphitheaters, the straight roads stretching across continents, these remained, silent witnesses to a civilization that had once dreamed of eternity. In the end, the story of the barbarian invasions is not only one of loss, but of renewal. The Western Empire was gone, but the seeds it had planted grew into new forms, new cultures, new possibilities. The world had changed, but Rome, its spirit, its memory, its ambition, would never truly die. As the Western Roman Empire faded into memory, its eastern half endured, sometimes threatened, sometimes resplendent, but always uniquely resilient. What began as a pragmatic division of imperial administration would become one of history's most remarkable transformations. The evolution of Byzantium, the Eastern Roman Empire, a civilization that stood for 1,000 years after Rome had fallen in the West. When Constantine established his new capital at Byzantium, soon to be called Constantinople, he could not have imagined the role it would play in the world's history. Straddling the Bosporus, bridging Europe and Asia, Constantinople became the beating heart of the East, a city of soaring walls, golden domes, and teeming markets. Its wealth, drawn from the crossroads of continents and the control of vital sea routes, made it one of the world's greatest cities, a fitting heir to Rome's legacy.
The Eastern Empire, at first, looked much like its Western counterpart: Latin-speaking officials, Roman law, and a society shaped by ancient traditions. Yet as centuries passed, it developed a character all its own. Greek gradually replaced Latin as the language of government and culture. The influence of the Christian Church grew ever stronger, as emperors and bishops debated and defined doctrine, guiding not only the faith of millions, but the very identity of the state. One of the Eastern Empire's greatest rulers, Justinian I, ascended the throne in 527 CE. His reign was marked by ambition and achievement on a grand scale. Determined to reclaim Rome's lost western provinces, Justinian's generals, Belisarius and Narses, led brilliant campaigns that briefly reconquered parts of North Africa, Italy, and Spain. But Justinian's most enduring legacy was the codification of Roman law, the Corpus Juris Civilis, or body of civil law. This vast compilation preserved centuries of legal wisdom and became the foundation for legal systems across Europe and beyond. Justinian also left his mark on the city itself. The Hagia Sophia, a marvel of engineering and artistry, rose above Constantinople, a church of glittering mosaics and soaring arches that would inspire awe for generations. Public works flourished, and the city became a showcase of the riches and artistry of the empire. Yet the Eastern Empire was never free from challenge. Plague, famine, and natural disaster struck again and again. Old enemies, Persians, Goths, Slavs, and later Avars and Bulgars, tested the empire's borders. Religious conflict raged within, as debates over the nature of Christ led to bitter schisms and, at times, open revolt. The greatest test came in the 7th century, when the armies of Islam burst forth from Arabia. In a few short decades, the Byzantine Empire lost much of its territory. Egypt, Syria, Palestine, and North Africa fell to the caliphs. Constantinople itself was besieged, but withstood, thanks in part to the city's formidable walls and the invention of Greek fire, a mysterious incendiary weapon that terrorized enemy fleets. Despite these losses, Byzantium survived. The empire adapted, reorganizing its provinces into military districts called themes, each commanded by a general responsible for defense and administration. A new elite emerged, blending old Roman families with ambitious soldiers and officials. The peasantry, tied to the land, provided the backbone of the army and the economy. The Byzantine state, for all its complexity, proved astonishingly durable. Culture flourished behind the walls of Constantinople. Byzantine art, icons, mosaics, illuminated manuscripts, blended classical form with Christian spirit, creating a visual language that influenced the entire Orthodox world. Education, literature, and philosophy endured in the city's schools and monasteries, preserving the wisdom of antiquity, even as the West stumbled into the darkness of the early Middle Ages. The relationship between emperor and church became the defining feature of Byzantine life. Emperors called councils to settle doctrine. Patriarchs of Constantinople rivaled the Pope in Rome. The split between Greek East and Latin West deepened over centuries, culminating in the Great Schism of 1054 CE, a rupture that shaped Christian history to this day. Byzantium was not immune to decline, to successive waves of attack, from Bulgars, Normans, Seljuk Turks, and Crusaders, chipped away at its territory. The Fourth Crusade, which sacked Constantinople in 1204, dealt a blow from which the empire never fully recovered. Yet for another, 2 centuries, the city endured as a beacon of learning and faith, even as its power waned. The end came in 1453, when the Ottoman Turks, led by Mehmet II, laid siege to Constantinople. Despite heroic resistance, the city fell. Its last emperor, Constantine I, died defending his walls. With the fall of Constantinople, the Byzantine Empire passed into legend. Yet its legacy lived on, in the Orthodox Church, in Russian and Balkan culture, in the legal traditions and historical memory of Europe. The Byzantine Empire, as later historians called it, was always, in its own eyes, Roman. Its emperors styled themselves as Basileus ton Romaeon, Emperor of the Romans. Its people preserved the language, laws, and traditions of Rome, even as the world changed around them. For the people of Constantinople, the city was not just a capital, but the new Rome, a symbol of civilization, faith, and endurance. Meanwhile, in the West, the legacy of Rome took on new forms. The idea of empire persisted. Charlemagne, crowned emperor of the Romans in 800 CE, claimed to revive the old order. The Holy Roman Empire, emerging in Central Europe, borrowed the language and symbols of Rome to legitimize its rule. In law, language, architecture, and imagination, the memory of Rome shaped the world that followed. For centuries after the fall, the ruins of the Roman world, its roads and aqueducts, forums and amphitheaters, remained as silent witnesses. Monasteries copied the works of Cicero and Virgil, Justinian and Augustine. Scholars in Baghdad, Cordoba, and Constantinople studied and debated Roman science and philosophy. The Renaissance, when it came, would find its greatest inspiration in the rediscovery of the classical past. The Eastern Roman Empire, Byzantium, was not just a remnant of the old order. It was a bridge between worlds, between ancient and medieval, pagan and Christian, East and West. It carried forward the wisdom, the spirit, and the ambition of Rome long after the legions had marched into history. As the sun set over the golden domes and marble columns of Constantinople, the story of Rome did not end. It lived on, transformed and renewed, in every city that built its laws on Justinian's code, in every church that sang hymns in Greek or Latin, in every mind that dreamed of empire, order, and eternal glory. The city of Rome, whose walls once echoed with the footsteps of emperors, soldiers, and citizens, has long since faded into ruin. Yet its spirit endures, woven into the fabric of our world in ways so deep and familiar that we scarcely notice. The legacy of Rome is everywhere. In the words we speak, the laws we obey, the buildings that surround us, and the very idea of civilization itself. In law, Rome's influence is profound and universal. The 12 tables, set up in the Forum so that all might know the rules of life, were just the beginning. Over centuries, Roman jurists developed a body of law remarkable for its clarity, flexibility, and concern for justice. Concepts such as contracts, property, inheritance, citizenship, and due process were all shaped by Roman precedent. The Great Codification under Justinian, the Corpus Juris Civilis, would serve as the foundation for legal systems from Italy to France, Germany, to Russia and beyond. Today, whether in a courtroom in Paris, a parliament in Brazil, or a government in Japan, the shadow of Rome's law can still be felt. Latin, the language of Rome, became more than just a tongue. It was the vehicle of scholarship, diplomacy, and faith for more than 1,000 years after the empire's fall. The Romance languages, Italian, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Romanian, grew directly from its roots. English, too, borrowed deeply, filling its vocabulary with the words of Caesar and Cicero. In science, medicine, philosophy, and theology, Latin remained the common tongue of the learned world, linking scholars from London to Lisbon, from Mainz to Mexico. Even today, the language of law, medicine, and the Catholic Church is laced with the words and cadences of Rome. Architecture is perhaps the most visible inheritance. Roman arches, domes, aqueducts, and roads set standards that engineers and builders have admired and imitated for millennia. The Colosseum, with its tiered seating and vaults, inspired the amphitheaters and stadiums of every age. The Pantheon's dome, a marvel of concrete and proportion, remains the largest unreinforced dome in the world. Roman roads stitched an empire together. Their remains still found beneath highways and fields from Britain to the Middle East. Every time a bridge is built, a dome rises, or a city is laid out on a grid. Echoes of Roman genius are present. Roman urban planning, too, left a mark. The idea of the Forum, a central square for commerce, politics, and public life, became the model for medieval marketplaces, Renaissance piazzas, and the civic centers of modern cities. Water supply, sanitation, and public baths reflected a concern for communal well-being that was revolutionary in its time and influential ever after. The ideals of public space and civic engagement, so vital in ancient Rome, remain central to the best of city life today. Rome's influence on government and citizenship is equally profound. The Republic's system of checks and balances, its separation of powers, and its vision of citizenship shaped the founders of the United States and the architects of modern democracies. The Senate, the consulship, the veto, these words and concepts still resonate in parliaments and congresses across the world. The idea that law should govern, not men, that rights and duties are the foundation of society, is a Roman gift to the ages. In the arts, the legacy is both subtle and pervasive. Roman sculpture, borrowing from Greece, but adding realism and narrative, became a model for the Renaissance and beyond. The mosaics and frescoes of Pompeii inspired artists from Raphael to Picasso. Virgil, Horace, Ovid, and Juvenal provided the foundations for Western poetry, satire, and epic. The myths and stories of Rome became the raw material of Shakespeare, Milton, and generations of writers and thinkers. Philosophy, too, bears Rome's mark. The Stoic wisdom of Seneca, the meditations of Marcus Aurelius, the legal and political writings of Cicero. These works shaped not just the mind of the empire, but the conscience of Western civilization. Roman ideas of duty, honor, and public service continue to inspire leaders and citizens alike. Religion is inseparable from Rome's legacy. The city that once persecuted Christians became, in time, the seat of the Catholic Church. The Bishop of Rome, the Pope, emerged as a spiritual leader for millions, inheriting both the mantle of Peter and the aura of the old emperors. The rituals, art, and administration of the Church all bear Roman influence, and the Vatican itself sits atop the ancient city, a living testament to continuity and change. In the imagination of the world, Rome became a symbol of greatness and warning. Emperors and kings have dreamed of reviving its glories. Revolutionaries and republicans have invoked its freedoms. The image of Rome has been used to justify conquest, to celebrate order, to mourn decline, and to hope for renewal. From the Caesars to Napoleon, from the founding fathers to the poets of the Romantic Age, Rome has provided both inspiration and caution. Yet the legacy is not without shadows. Rome's empire was built on conquest and slavery. Its peace was often maintained by force and fear. The collapse of the Western Empire brought centuries of instability and loss for many. The memory of Rome is therefore both proud and sobering, a reminder of what civilization can achieve and what it can suffer when power goes unchecked. And yet, even in decline, Rome gave the world a vision of endurance. Urbs Aeterna, the eternal city, became more than a boast. It became a metaphor for the persistence of culture, memory, and human aspiration. The stones of the Forum, the words of the poets, the roads that cross continents, all these are witnesses to the belief that something built with vision and courage can outlast the storms of history. The modern world is in many ways a dialogue with Rome. Each generation rediscovers and reinterprets its lessons, the principles of law, the rhythms of language, the beauty of form, the demands of citizenship, and the yearning for order. All these flow from Rome, shaping the ways we live, govern, create, and dream. As the sun sets each day over the ruins of the ancient city, travelers still wander the Via Sacra, imagining the voices of senators, merchants, soldiers, and slaves. In classrooms and courts, in capitals and churches, the legacy of Rome lives on, silent, enduring, waiting always to be renewed. In the centuries after Augustus, a quiet revolution began within the Roman world, one that would transform the empire's heart, its values, and its legacy forever. That revolution was the rise and triumph of Christianity, a movement that began on the margins of empire and grew, over generations, to become the very soul of Europe. The story of how Rome became Christian, and how Christianity, in turn, became Roman, is one of the most profound chapters in the history of civilization. Christianity began as a tiny sect in the eastern provinces of the empire, preaching a message of love, forgiveness, and the coming of God's kingdom. To the Roman authorities, it was at first just one of many new cults, sometimes misunderstood, sometimes ignored. Yet the faith spread rapidly, among the poor and enslaved, among women and outcasts, in the bustling cities and the remote countryside. The Christian promise of salvation and eternal life, the sense of community and hope, drew followers from every corner of the empire. Early Christians faced suspicion and, at times, brutal persecution. Their refusal to sacrifice to the Roman gods or the emperor was seen as subversive, a threat to the order of society. Periodic waves of violence swept through the empire, under Nero, Decius, and Diocletian, claiming the lives of martyrs whose stories would inspire countless generations. Yet each new attempt to stamp out the faith only seemed to strengthen it. The blood of the martyrs became the seed of the Church. The transformation began in earnest with the reign of Constantine. After centuries as an underground, often persecuted movement, Christianity was suddenly embraced at the highest levels of power. The Edict of Milan, issued in 313 CE, legalized Christian worship and ended state-sponsored persecution. Constantine himself became the first Christian emperor, presiding over councils, endowing churches, and building the new Christian capital of Constantinople. With the emperor's favor, Christianity spread even faster, drawing converts from all ranks of society. In the decades and centuries that followed, the Church became the most powerful institution in the Roman world. Bishops rose in influence. The Bishop of Rome, or Pope, emerged as a leader not only in spiritual matters, but also in politics and diplomacy. Great councils, Nicaea, Constantinople, Chalcedon, defined the doctrines and creeds of the new faith, shaping the beliefs of billions for centuries to come. As Christianity spread, it absorbed and transformed many elements of Roman culture. Pagan temples were converted into churches. Festivals became Christian holidays. The language of Roman law and philosophy was adapted to explain the mysteries of faith. Saints and martyrs replaced heroes of legend. Cathedrals and basilicas rose, where once temples had stood. The network of Roman roads, once used by merchants and armies, now carried missionaries and pilgrims. The unity and discipline of the Roman state became the model for the structure of the Church. But Christianity did not simply inherit the Roman world, it also reshaped it. The old ideals of honor, conquest, and civic glory gave way to new virtues: humility, charity, the dignity of every soul. The Church became a refuge for the poor, a patron of learning, and a source of moral authority in times of chaos. Monasteries sprang up across the empire and beyond, preserving not only the scriptures, but also the classical learning and arts of Greece and Rome. As the Western Empire crumbled under the weight of invasion and decline, the Church stood firm. When cities fell and emperors fled, bishops remained to care for their flocks, to negotiate with conquerors, to preserve order in a collapsing world. The Pope in Rome, deprived of imperial protection, became a symbol of unity for the fractured peoples of Europe. The papacy would become, in time, both a spiritual and a temporal power, crowning kings, sending armies on crusade, shaping the fate of nations. The Christianization of Rome had far-reaching consequences. The Latin West and the Greek East united. by faith but divided by language and culture, began to drift apart. The Great Schism of 1054 would split the Church into Roman Catholic and Eastern Orthodox branches, shaping the map of Europe and the world. Yet the faith endured, adapting to new realities. As Germanic, Celtic, and Slavic peoples settled in the former lands of the empire, they too embraced Christianity, blending their own traditions with the teachings of the gospel. Kings and chieftains were baptized. Monasteries became centers of learning, agriculture, and art. The Christendom that emerged was not simply Roman nor merely Christian, but a new creation, a fusion of traditions, beliefs, and peoples that would become the foundation of medieval and modern Europe. The Church, inheriting the administrative genius of Rome, created a network of dioceses, parishes, and monastic orders. Education, charity, and the care of the poor became central. Missions. Latin remained the language of worship and scholarship, linking the new kingdoms to the memory of the old empire. The laws, rituals, and symbols of the Church gave coherence to societies that might otherwise have fractured into chaos. The influence of Christianity went beyond faith. The great cathedrals of Europe, the illuminated manuscripts of Ireland, the music of Gregorian chant, all these were born from the meeting of Roman form and Christian spirit. The moral ideals of the Sermon on the Mount, the parables of Jesus, and the writings of the apostles would shape the conscience of generations. The idea of the sacredness of the individual, of the dignity of all people before God, became the cornerstone of Western thought. The Christianization of the Roman world was neither simple nor complete. Pagan traditions persisted, often hidden or adapted. Heresies and schisms divided the faithful. The Church itself was often caught up in the power struggles of kings and nobles. Yet, despite every trial, Christianity provided the glue that held Europe together through its darkest centuries. As the medieval world emerged from the ruins of Rome, it looked to the Church for guidance and identity. Popes and bishops became advisors to kings. Monasteries and cathedrals became centers of community. The dream of a universal church, a Christian ecumene, echoed the old ambition of a universal empire. Through conquest, migration, and conversion, Christianity spread beyond the bounds of the old Roman world. North to Scandinavia, east to Russia, west to the British Isles. The faith that had once been a persecuted minority in Rome now became the soul of a new civilization. In the centuries that followed, Europe would be torn by war, reform, and renewal. But the imprint of Rome's conversion endured. The Christian calendar, the Latin language, the papal office, and the idea of a unified Christendom all bore the mark of Rome. The memory of the empire lived on in the crowns of kings, the dreams of popes, and the stories told in village and court. The birth of Europe as we know it was inseparable from the Christianization of Rome. In faith, in art, in law, and in imagination, the meeting of the cross and the eagle became the foundation of the West. For centuries after the fall of Rome, the memory of the ancient world lingered in the shadows of Europe. The ruins of temples and aqueducts, the faded manuscripts of poets and philosophers, the echo of Roman law and order, all seemed relics of a golden age lost to time. Yet, even as medieval Europe forged new kingdoms, fought new wars, and shaped new cultures, the dream of Rome remained alive. It would be in the age of the Renaissance and the Enlightenment that this dream would be reborn, reshaping not only the arts and sciences but the very idea of what it meant to be civilized. The Renaissance, which began in the cities of Italy in the 14th century, was first and foremost a rediscovery, a passionate revival of the classical world. Scholars, artists, and patrons looked back to ancient Rome and Greece as models of excellence in art, philosophy, literature, and civic life. They pored over dusty manuscripts, copied ancient sculptures, and studied the ruins that dotted the Italian landscape. The Latin language was revived as the key to forgotten wisdom, and the works of Cicero, Virgil, Ovid, and Seneca were read anew. Florence, Rome, Venice, and Milan became centers of this intellectual ferment. Humanist thinkers like Petrarch, Poggio Bracciolini, and Lorenzo Valla searched monasteries and libraries for lost texts, restoring much of what had been forgotten in the centuries after the empire's collapse. Their efforts laid the foundation for the new culture of learning, Studia Humanitatis, that placed man, reason, and beauty at the heart of life. Artists, too, found in Rome an endless source of inspiration. Donatello, Michelangelo, Raphael, and Leonardo da Vinci looked to the ruins and statues of antiquity to rediscover proportion, anatomy, and the ideals of beauty. The architecture of Brunelleschi and Alberti revived the arches, domes, and columns of the ancients, giving new life to the skyline of Florence and Rome. The Sistine Chapel, the Dome of St. Peter's, and the piazzas of Rome became monuments not only to Christian faith, but to classical genius. The Renaissance was more than nostalgia. It was a call to innovation, to the possibility of human achievement. The revival of classical texts brought with it the seeds of scientific inquiry, as thinkers questioned the old authorities and sought to understand the world through observation and reason. The study of Roman law and republican government inspired new debates about liberty, citizenship, and the rights of man. This classical revival reached its political height in the Enlightenment, the great age of reason that swept through Europe. In the 17th and 18th centuries, philosophers such as Montesquieu, Rousseau, and Locke turned to the example of the Roman Republic and its ideals of checks and balances, civic virtue, and the rule of law. The founding fathers of the United States openly invoked the Senate, the consuls, and the Roman Constitution in their creation of a new republic across the Atlantic. The language of liberty, the structure of representative government, and the notion of rights for all citizens found their roots in Roman thought. In France, the revolutionaries draped themselves in the symbols of Rome, wearing togas, naming their assemblies after the Senate and dreaming of a new republic built on reason and virtue. Napoleon, in his turn, crowned himself emperor in the style of Augustus, seeking to unite Europe under a new order that combined Roman discipline with French ambition. Across Europe, the legacy of Rome shaped kings, parliaments, revolutionaries, and reformers. The law codes of the modern world, too, bear Rome's mark. Justinian's Corpus Juris Civilis became the model for the Napoleonic Code, and through it, the legal systems of much of Europe and Latin America. The principles of equity, contract, and due process were revived and reinterpreted for a new age, giving stability and predictability to societies in the midst of rapid change. The arts and sciences flourished under the banner of classical revival. Latin and Greek remained the languages of scholarship. Ancient texts inspired new discoveries in astronomy, medicine, and engineering. The very layout of cities, their forums, streets, and public buildings, drew on the ideals of Roman urbanism. Yet, the Renaissance and Enlightenment were not merely acts of imitation. They were periods of transformation, in which the wisdom of the ancients was reimagined for new realities. The optimism of the Renaissance, its faith in human potential, and the dignity of the individual echoed the best of Roman humanism while pushing beyond its bounds. The skepticism and empiricism of the Enlightenment, its drive for knowledge and reform, challenged old dogmas, even those inherited from Rome itself. Religion, too, was reshaped in this encounter with the classical past. The Catholic Church, headquartered in Rome, became both patron and guardian of ancient learning. The Protestant Reformation, inspired in part by the writings of early Christian and classical authors, challenged the Church's authority and transformed the religious landscape of Europe. The dialogue between faith and reason, between ancient tradition and modern innovation, became the engine of Western thought. The rediscovery of Rome gave rise not only to pride, but to humility. As scholars translated the works of Tacitus and Polybius, they learned of Rome's triumphs and its failures. The warnings against tyranny, corruption, and the decline of civic virtue became as important as the tales of glory. The image of Rome became a mirror for every age, reflecting the hopes and anxieties of those who studied its rise and fall. As the modern world emerged, the legacy of Rome continued to evolve. The dream of universal citizenship, of the rule of law, of public space and debate, all found new expressions in democratic societies. The architecture of capitals from Washington, D.C. to Buenos Aires, from Berlin to Canberra, echoed the forms of the Roman Forum and Temple. The vocabulary of politics, Senate, Forum, Veto, Republic, remained deeply Roman. Rome's enduring lesson, rediscovered in the Renaissance and Enlightenment, was the power of memory and imagination. To be Roman in the eyes of the new humanists was to belong to a tradition that prized both reason and beauty, law and liberty, order and creativity. It was to inherit a world of ideas, stories, and dreams, a world constantly being renewed. As the sun rose on the modern age, the ruins of Rome stood not as tombstones, but as seeds, reminders that every civilization is built on the foundations of those who came before. The Renaissance and Enlightenment did not simply revive Rome, they transformed it, giving it new life in the hearts and minds of those who would shape the future. In every great experiment in liberty, every work of art that seeks beauty, every law that protects the rights of the weak, the spirit of Rome endures, a silent partner in the adventure of humanity. For 2,000 years, Rome has never left the imagination of the world. Even after the fall of the empire, even as new nations and empires rose and fell, the memory of Rome, its power, its splendor, its contradictions, remained a living force. In the modern era, this legacy would be reimagined, invoked, and transformed by poets and politicians, architects and emperors, revolutionaries and dreamers. The story of Rome did not end with the fall of the city or the crowning of Charlemagne. Instead, it entered the bloodstream of Western civilization, shaping identities, ambitions, and myths that still resonate today. In the 19th century, as the modern nation-state emerged across Europe, Rome became both a model and a mirror. Nationalists from Italy to Germany, from France to Britain, looked to Rome as the prototype of greatness, a civilization that had once unified diverse peoples under a single law, language, and order. For the leaders of the Italian Risorgimento, Rome was both a lost homeland and an inspiration. Giuseppe Mazzini, Giuseppe Garibaldi, and their followers dreamed of a united Italy with Rome as its heart, a new Rome that would recall the ancient glories but serve the needs of a modern people. The city itself became a symbol of unity and aspiration. When the Kingdom of Italy finally seized Rome in 1870, ending centuries of papal rule, it declared the city its capital, the center of a new secular state. The monuments of antiquity, restored and reinterpreted, became national icons, visible reminders that Italy's modern future was rooted in an ancient past. The new boulevards, museums, and piazzas of Rome were designed to evoke not just nostalgia but destiny, a city reborn as both museum and metropolis. Elsewhere in Europe, the legacy of Rome inspired both awe and rivalry. Napoleon, who crowned himself emperor in 1804, modeled his regime on Augustus and Charlemagne, drawing on Roman law and iconography to legitimize his conquests. The imperial eagles of France, the triumphal arches of Paris, and the very language of empire all recalled the glories of Rome. In Germany, the idea of the Holy Roman Empire had long served as a claim to universal rule, but with the rise of Prussia and the unification of Germany in 1871, new leaders looked to Roman models of statecraft, discipline, and authority. Britain, at the height of its own empire, saw itself as the new Rome. Victorian writers, statesmen, and architects compared London to the Eternal City, the Thames to the Tiber, and Queen Victoria to the empresses of antiquity. The British public schools taught Latin and Greek as the keys to civilization. The legacies of Caesar and Augustus were invoked to justify conquest and colonial rule from India to Africa. Kipling, Macaulay, and Churchill all used the imagery of Rome to define the British mission in the world. Rome's shadow also fell across the United States. The Founding Fathers, seeking both liberty and order, drew on the examples of the Roman Republic and its checks and balances. The Capitol in Washington, D.C., designed in neoclassical style, was meant to evoke the grandeur and dignity of the Senate. American coins, monuments, and even the language of politics, words like Senate, Tribune, and veto, all spoke of Rome's lasting influence. For Americans, Rome became both a warning and a promise, a symbol of freedom and ambition, but also of decline and the dangers of imperial overreach. The 20th century brought new twists to Rome's afterlife. Totalitarian regimes, most notoriously Mussolini's fascist Italy, appropriated the symbols of Rome to serve their own ambitions. Mussolini, styling himself as a new Caesar, filled Rome with new monuments, excavated ancient ruins, and staged parades that sought to link his regime to the glory of the emperors. The rhetoric of empire, order, and destiny was revived, but now in the service of a dark and violent vision. The ruins of Rome became both backdrop and battleground for the politics of the modern world. Yet Rome's allure was not limited to politicians and generals. Artists, writers, and filmmakers found in the city a source of endless fascination. Romantic poets like Byron and Shelley wandered its ruins, seeing in them the mysteries of history and the fragility of human achievement. Painters and photographers captured the interplay of light and shadow across broken columns and ancient stones. In the 20th century, directors like Federico Fellini and Roberto Rossellini made Rome a character in their films, a city of memory and desire, decadence and resilience. Tourists by the millions continue to flock to Rome, drawn not just by the art and architecture, but by the sense of standing at the crossroads of history. The city's layers, ancient, medieval, Renaissance, Baroque, and modern, invite contemplation and wonder. To walk the Via Appia, to stand in the Colosseum, to gaze at the Dome of St. Peter's, is to encounter the past as a living presence. Rome, in the words of Goethe, is the capital of the world, a city where every stone tells a story. For many, Rome is a paradox, a city of ruins that is never ruined, a city of memory that is always renewing itself. The Eternal City has been the seat of empire and the capital of a small state, the home of popes, painters, and politicians. Its legacy is both universal and particular, claimed by all and yet stubbornly unique. In the modern imagination, Rome stands as both dream and warning. It is the city of universal law, of justice and order, but also the city of ambition, excess, and decline. In literature, film, and popular culture, Rome is forever falling and forever rising, an emblem of both the heights of civilization and the costs of its hubris. As the 21st century unfolds, the myth of Rome continues to shape the world. New empires rise, new nations seek legitimacy in the echoes of the past. The questions that haunted Rome, of liberty and power, identity and difference, faith and reason, remain at the heart of the human experience. To imagine Rome is to imagine ourselves, our dreams of greatness, our fears of failure, our longing for meaning and memory. In the marble ruins and crowded streets of the Eternal City, the story of humanity is written again and again. There is perhaps no ancient civilization that lives more vividly in modern imagination than Rome. Through novels and comic books, paintings and operas, Hollywood epics and television dramas, the story of Rome has become a tapestry of legend and spectacle. From sword and sandal adventure to political drama, from marble columns to pixelated screens, Rome has proven itself endlessly adaptable, a source of fascination, warning, and wonder. The visual iconography of Rome is instantly recognizable. The Colosseum, the Roman Forum, the aqueducts stretching across dusty landscapes, the triumphal arches and imperial villas all have become shorthand for power, decadence, and the sweep of history. Artists across centuries have returned to these images, using them to evoke both the grandeur of civilization and the passage of time. In the Romantic era, painters like J.M.W. Turner and Giovanni Piranesi captured the ruins of Rome in haunting, light-filled canvases. The interplay of broken stone and wild vegetation, of sunlight and shadow, suggested both the greatness of the past and its melancholy fall. Writers, too, have been captivated by Rome. Edward Gibbon's monumental decline and fall of the Roman Empire shaped generations of readers' views about decadence and collapse. The novels of Robert Graves' I, Claudius, and Colleen McCullough, Masters of Rome series, reimagined emperors, conspirators, and soldiers as complex flesh-and-blood characters. Shakespeare, centuries earlier, brought Roman history to the English stage with Julius Caesar, Antony and Cleopatra, and Coriolanus, exploring the timeless questions of power, betrayal, and fate. But it is in film and television that Rome's popular legacy has truly flourished. The era of epic cinema began with Cecil B. DeMille's silent films and reached its first great peak with 1950s and 1960s Hollywood, Ben-Hur, Spartacus, Quo Vadis, and Cleopatra. These films, filled with chariot races, gladiatorial combat, and imperial intrigue, presented Rome as a world of spectacle and scale. The grand sets, sweeping music, and cast of thousands extras became the template for how audiences visualize the ancient world. Even as they bent history for drama, these films made Rome accessible, immediate, and larger than life. Later, directors like Ridley Scott would reinvent the Roman epic for a new age. Gladiator, 2000, with its gritty realism and emotional intensity, brought audiences back to the sand and blood of the arena while exploring themes of honor, vengeance, and the corrupting nature of power. The film's success sparked renewed interest in Rome, leading to television series such as HBO's Rome, which brought the Republic's last days to vivid life, complete with political maneuvering, street violence, and the messy realities of daily existence. These dramas did not shy away from Rome's complexities, depicting both its brilliance and its brutality, its moments of glory and its scenes of squalor. Documentaries and educational programming have also played a role in shaping popular perceptions of Rome. Through reenactments, computer reconstructions, and archaeological discoveries, the wonders of Roman engineering and society are revealed to new generations. Series like Rome, Rise and Fall of an Empire, or Ancient Rome, The Rise and Fall of an Empire, BBC, seek not only to entertain, but to explore the real events, personalities, and innovations that made Rome unique. Comics and graphic novels bring the ancient city to a new, younger audience. In Europe, the beloved Asterix series, created by René Goscinny and Albert Uderzo, offers a playful parody of Roman conquest, with bumbling centurions and indomitable Gauls. In the United States and Japan, manga and comic book adaptations of Roman stories introduce readers to the world of emperors and gladiators through colorful art and imaginative storytelling. The allure of Rome extends even to games. Tabletop war games, strategy video games like Rome, Total War, and role-playing. Adventures let players build, conquer, and rule as if they were Caesars themselves. These digital empires provide not only entertainment, but also a laboratory for exploring the choices and challenges of leadership, strategy, and survival in a world as complex as any in history. Roman themes are omnipresent in opera and music, as well. Composers from Monteverdi to Berlioz have used Rome's stories as the basis for grand spectacles. Operas such as Tosca or Norma set their tales of love and betrayal against Roman backdrops. In popular music, artists evoke the city's mystique, sometimes as symbol, sometimes as metaphor. Even fashion and advertising are not immune to the Roman touch. The togas and laurel wreaths of the emperors, the geometric patterns of Roman mosaics, the allure of ancient beauty, all are reinvented again and again on runways and in marketing campaigns. The image of Rome, eternal and authoritative, sells. Everything from perfume to luxury cars. Yet popular culture also wrestles with Rome's darker side. Films and novels explore the excesses of imperial power, the violence of the gladiatorial games, the decadence and intrigue of the imperial court. Satirical works like Monty Python's Life of Brian poke fun at the bureaucracy, religious quarrels, and pomposity of the Roman world. Others, more serious, probe the meaning of decline, whether Rome's fate is a warning for modern civilization. Throughout it all, Rome remains a screen on which each age projects its anxieties, desires, and dreams. In times of optimism, the city is seen as a beacon of law, order, and grandeur. In times of doubt, as a warning of decadence, corruption, and collapse. The images of the legions marching, the emperors presiding, the crowds cheering in the arena. These have become part of a shared language, instantly recognizable and endlessly reinterpreted. In art and in imagination, the eternal city endures. Whether as the subject of a blockbuster film, the setting of a best-selling novel, or the backdrop for a viral meme, Rome continues to inspire, challenge, and provoke. Each generation finds in its story something new, a mirror for its own struggles, a lesson for its own ambitions, a myth to be retold. And so, in galleries and cinemas, in classrooms and living rooms, Rome lives on, a city both real and imagined, forever ancient, forever new. Beneath the familiar surface of Rome's story, of emperors and battles, triumph and ruin, lies a world of debate and discovery. For as long as Rome has existed in memory, it has also been a subject of interpretation, argument, and revision. Each age, confronted by the ruins and records of the past, has sought to understand Rome anew, to excavate its secrets, to challenge its myths, and to reveal stories once forgotten or ignored. Archaeology has been at the heart of this quest. The first great excavators, digging through the layers of the Forum and the Palatine Hill, unearthed a city long hidden beneath medieval and modern streets. The rediscovery of Pompeii and Herculaneum, buried by the eruption of Vesuvius in 79 CE, offered an unprecedented window into everyday Roman life. Houses and streets, kitchens and graffiti, bodies frozen in their final moments. Here, at last, the people of Rome spoke not only through marble and bronze, but through the artifacts of their daily existence. Each shovel of earth has brought new surprises. Wall paintings and mosaics revealed the tastes and beliefs of the elite and the commoner alike. Tombs yielded inscriptions, glassware, jewelry, and weapons, while the sewers of Rome and Ostia produced combs, dice, and coins. The study of bones and pollen grains, amphorae and roof tiles, has made the story of Rome both richer and more complicated. The Roman world was not only the world of generals and senators, but of women, slaves, freedmen, immigrants, and children. Lives, long invisible in the official histories. Archaeology has also shattered some cherished illusions. For centuries, the grandeur of Rome was seen through the white marble of her monuments, but recent discoveries have revealed a city awash with color. Statues and temples, once painted in vivid reds, blues, and golds, remind us that Rome was a world of brightness and spectacle, not of silent stone. The marble city was, in reality, a bustling, noisy, and diverse metropolis, sometimes orderly, often chaotic. The interpretation of Rome is shaped not just by what we find, but by how we read it. Historians have long debated the meaning of Rome's rise and fall. Was the Republic a model of liberty or an oligarchy ruled by a narrow elite? Was the empire a time of progress and peace, or of exploitation and decline? Did Christianity rescue Roman civilization or hasten its collapse? Was the fall of Rome a tragedy or the necessary prelude to renewal? New approaches have complicated old answers. Social and economic historians have explored the role of class, gender, and ethnicity in shaping Roman society. Feminist scholars have brought women's voices to the fore, examining their roles as priestesses, business owners, poets, and power brokers. The study of slavery has revealed both the horror and the complexity of a system that underpinned the empire's prosperity. The Roman world, once seen as a monolith, now appears as a mosaic of competing interests, shifting identities, and constant change. Revisionism has its own dangers. The temptation to project modern values onto ancient lives can lead to distortion, just as earlier generations often romanticized or demonized the past to serve their own purposes. The challenge is to hear Rome on its own terms, to recognize both its achievements and its failings, its universality and its particularity. The digital age has brought new tools to the task. LiDAR scans, 3D modeling, and remote sensing have revealed roads, villas, and cities long hidden beneath forests and fields. Databases and digital archives make texts and inscriptions accessible to scholars around the world. Crowdsourced projects invite amateur archaeologists and enthusiasts to join in the work of discovery. Yet these tools also raise questions. Whose Rome are we reconstructing? Which stories do we choose to tell? Perhaps the greatest challenge is the question of legacy. For whom was Rome built, and who inherits its memory? In recent years, debates about imperialism, identity, and cultural appropriation have returned to the question of what Rome means in a diverse and globalized world. Is Rome a symbol of oppression or of resilience? A source of pride or a warning? Can we admire the achievements of empire without ignoring its violence and injustice? At its best, the study of Rome is an exercise in humility, a recognition that the past is both familiar and strange, echoing with our own dreams and fears, yet always slipping beyond our grasp. The stories of emperors and slaves, generals and poets are not just theirs, but ours. Stories to be rediscovered, retold, and reinterpreted with each generation. For the people of Rome today, and for millions who visit or study its history, the city remains a living museum. The ruins invite questions, the museums display wonders, and the streets themselves are a palimpsest, layer upon layer of memory, built, destroyed, and rebuilt across centuries. In classrooms and conferences, in documentaries and debates, the challenge of Rome endures. It is a challenge to see beyond myth, to question easy answers, to embrace complexity. Rome's story is not finished because our understanding of it keeps evolving. New finds, new methods, and new voices ensure that each generation writes its own history of the eternal city. In the end, the greatness of Rome may lie not just in what it achieved, but in its endless capacity to provoke wonder, argument, and reflection. The ruins are not just reminders of what was lost, but invitations to imagine what might still be found. For most of history, Rome has been seen as the beating heart of the West, a pillar of European identity, a wellspring for law, language, and culture. But the echoes of Rome have always traveled far beyond the boundaries of Europe. The empire's roads, armies, and ideas reached from the cold isles of Britain to the sands of Arabia, from the forests of Germania to the riches of Africa and the distant coasts of Asia. In the centuries since its fall, Rome's memory and influence have rippled outward, touching civilizations across the globe and shaping the destiny of worlds both east and west. Even in antiquity, Rome was a crossroads of continents. Traders from the Han Dynasty in China sent silk and spices along the Silk Road, reaching Roman markets by way of Parthia and India. Roman coins have been found in India and Sri Lanka, and fragments of Roman glassware in Chinese tombs. Stories of a distant, mighty empire, Da Qin, entered Chinese chronicles, just as tales of the mysterious lands of Sarika, the Silk Country, entered Roman geography. Though direct diplomatic contact was rare, the flow of goods, ideas, and technologies created a web of exchange that spanned half the world. Rome's eastern provinces, Egypt, Syria, Judea, and Asia Minor, were vibrant centers of cultural synthesis. Greek, Persian, Jewish, Egyptian, and Roman traditions blended in cities like Alexandria, Antioch, and Ephesus. These cosmopolitan centers became hubs of learning, religion, and commerce, linking the Mediterranean to the Red Sea, the Persian Gulf, and beyond. Philosophers debated alongside merchants. Priests and magi exchanged knowledge of stars and medicine. Christian, Jewish, and pagan communities lived side by side, sometimes in harmony, sometimes in tension. The influence of Rome's law and administration extended deep into Africa, from Carthage to Alexandria, from Tripolitania to the Nubian frontier. Roman governance brought roads, aqueducts, and forums to a vast and varied continent. The legacy of Roman Africa would endure in architecture, language, and religion long after the empire's withdrawal. In Ethiopia, echoes of Roman Christianity mingled with older traditions to create one of the world's oldest Christian communities. The empire's relationship with Persia, its great eastern rival, was one of war and mutual fascination. For centuries, the Sassanid and later Parthian states matched Roman power, trading embassies and prisoners, borrowing and reshaping each other's art, technology, and religious ideas. The rivalry between Rome and Persia created a zone of innovation and exchange, from military tactics to luxury goods, from philosophical debate to architectural styles. In the centuries after Rome's fall, the Byzantine Empire continued to serve as a bridge between worlds. Greek and Roman knowledge was preserved and translated by scholars in Constantinople, then transmitted to the Arab world, and from there, back to medieval Europe. During the Islamic Golden Age, scientists and philosophers in Baghdad, Cordoba, and Cairo studied the works of Galen, Ptolemy, and Euclid, blending them with Persian, Indian, and their own discoveries. The numbers we use today, the geometry of domes and arches, the science of medicine, all bear the imprint of this global conversation. Rome's legacy can be seen in the rise of great world religions. Christianity, born in a Jewish province of the Roman East, became a universal faith precisely because of the empire's roads, language, and institutions. The spread of monasticism, the rise of the papacy, and the survival of the Church through the Dark Ages all depended on Rome's infrastructure and imagination. Islam, too, engaged deeply with the Roman world. The conquest of the Levant, North Africa, and Spain brought new populations into contact with Roman cities, art, and law. Early caliphs preserved and transformed Roman and Byzantine heritage, building on its foundations while forging a new civilization. As European empires expanded in the early modern age, they carried with them not only guns and ships, but Roman ideas. Spanish, Portuguese, French, and British administrators invoked the language of Rome as they founded new colonies, built new cities, and imagined new orders of law and citizenship. In Latin America, the names of towns, Caesarea, Augusta, Nova Roma, proclaimed a connection to the ancient world. In the United States, neoclassical architecture and Roman political concepts were transplanted to the New World, shaping capitals and constitutions from Washington to Buenos Aires. The impact of Rome was also felt in Asia. The Jesuit missions to China and Japan in the 16th and 17th centuries brought Roman Catholicism, Latin learning, and Western science to the East. Chinese emperors and scholars debated the merits of Roman law, urban planning, and technology. In India, Mughal rulers collected Roman coins, and British colonial administrators cited Roman precedents for their own reforms. Even in Africa, where European colonization imposed new borders and institutions, the language of Rome was used to justify and organize empire. In the modern age, Rome has become a global symbol. The Olympic Games, revived in the 19th century, look back to the tradition of universal competition and public spectacle that Rome inherited from Greece and made its own. The use of Latin in science and medicine, the presence of Roman law in international courts, and the enduring fascination with Roman myths and stories all testify to the reach of an empire long vanished, but never forgotten. Rome's global echoes are not only a story of influence but of adaptation and resistance. Colonized peoples have taken the tools of Rome, its language, its law, its symbols, and made them their own, sometimes subverting them, sometimes transforming them into instruments of liberation and identity. The memory of Roman imperialism is invoked both to criticize and to celebrate the globalizing forces of our own time. Above all, Rome remains a metaphor for the possibilities and perils of world civilization. The dream of a universal order, of laws and rights that cross borders, is as compelling today as it was on the day Augustus closed the doors of the Temple of Janus. The anxieties of empire, of diversity, dissent, and decline remain as urgent in the 21st century as they were for the senators of the Forum. The city of Rome, its stones worn by centuries of footsteps from every continent, stands today not as the center of an empire, but as a universal city, a meeting place for pilgrims, tourists, artists, and thinkers from around the globe. In its piazzas and ruins, the world's history is reflected, the mingling of East and West, of old and new, of memory and possibility. Rome's story is not merely European, but human, a pattern of contact, conflict, and creativity that continues to shape the world. As the sun sets on the domes and spires of the eternal city, the voices of countless peoples and ages linger in the air, reminding us that Rome belongs not to the past alone, but to the story of all humanity. The legend of Rome has never been confined to marble columns or dusty chronicles. From the earliest days after its fall, Rome has been a mirror for humanity's greatest hopes and deepest anxieties. Across centuries and continents, thinkers, artists, and leaders have invoked the image of Rome not only to remember what was, but to imagine what might be, worlds of justice and order or nightmares of decline and oppression. Rome has become both a blueprint for utopia and a warning of dystopia, a city whose shadows and lights still shape our dreams for the future. From the Renaissance onward, idealists look to Rome as the model for the perfect society, humanist. Writers such as Thomas More, in his Utopia, drew on the city's civic ideals, order, public service, and the dignity of citizenship. The Roman Forum became the symbol of open debate and rational law, inspiring Republicans and reformers to dream of governments free from tyranny and corruption. In the Age of Revolution, the founders of new states across the Atlantic invoked Rome in their architecture, their constitutions, and their rhetoric. The neoclassical columns of Washington, Buenos Aires, and Brasilia are not merely aesthetic choices. They are statements of aspiration, a visible claim to order, justice, and enduring civic virtue. Utopian dreams have always been shadowed by fear of decline. No civilization, however brilliant, is immortal. The fall of Rome has become the archetype for the collapse of order, the disintegration of values, and the descent into chaos. Historians, novelists, and filmmakers have returned again and again to the image of Rome's last days, the neglected frontiers, the self-indulgent elites, the encroaching darkness at the edge of empire. In the 20th and 21st centuries, as the world has grown ever more interconnected and fragile, the metaphor of Rome's collapse has grown more powerful. In science fiction and political commentary, to become Rome is both a hope and a warning. In literature, Rome's utopian and dystopian possibilities are everywhere. The city's order and discipline serve as models for the societies of Plato's Republic or More's Utopia, while its cruelty and violence haunt the pages of Orwell's 1984 or Atwood's The Handmaid's Tale. Modern dystopias, cities under surveillance, societies ruled by charismatic tyrants, worlds of spectacle and decay, often wear the trappings of ancient Rome: grand architecture, gladiatorial games, and the spectacle of power used to seduce or oppress the masses. In these imagined worlds, the lessons of Rome are both invitation and admonition. Political theorists have used Rome to explore the balance of liberty and authority. Machiavelli, in his discourses on Livy, praised the Republic's ability to mix monarchy, aristocracy, and democracy, a model for stable government. Others have pointed to Rome's reliance on slavery, conquest, and spectacle as evidence that every utopia contains seeds of violence and inequality. The ideal of the Roman citizen, active, virtuous, and engaged, remains a goal for modern democracy, but also a reminder of how fragile and contested such ideals can be. Artists and architects have imagined new Romes in stone and story. Le Corbusier, the 20th century architect, designed cities that evoked Roman order and monumentality, a vision of rational beauty and civic pride. Yet the ruins of Rome, overgrown and melancholy, remind us of the limits of human power and the inevitability of change. To build a new Rome is always to wrestle with time, memory, and ambition. The myth of Rome has inspired global movements as, well, Pan-Africanists and post-colonial thinkers have looked to Roman law and order as a resource, while also rejecting the violence of empire. In Asia and the Middle East, leaders and intellectuals have invoked Rome as both rival and model, exploring how their own civilizations confronted or outlasted the imperial West. The dream of a universal city, a cosmopolis where law and culture unite the world, remains as compelling in Shanghai, Lagos, or São Paulo as it once was in the Forum. In science fiction and fantasy, new Romes rise and fall with each generation. The Galactic Empire of Isaac Asimov's Foundation series was openly modeled on Rome, its decline a parable for the challenges of maintaining order in a vast, diverse universe. Dystopian films and games, Blade Runner, The Hunger Games, Cyberpunk 2077, echo the spectacle and brutality of the Colosseum, the manipulation of crowds, the seductive allure of empire. These works remind us that every dream of order can become a nightmare of oppression, that every promise of greatness carries a price. In global politics, Rome is a touchstone. The European Union's founding treaty was signed in the city, an echo of its ancient promise of unity amid diversity. Debates over citizenship, law, and the rights of minorities often turn to Roman precedents. The very phrase Pax Romana is invoked by diplomats, generals, and peace activists to describe the challenge of building stable, just societies in a fractured world. The tension between utopia and dystopia, between Rome as a model and Rome as a warning, remains at the heart of our global imagination. Each new era finds in Rome a mirror for its own hopes and fears. In moments of confidence, we see in the ancient city the possibility of a universal order, of justice and peace under law. In times of uncertainty, we remember the sack of Rome, the flight of citizens, the closing of libraries, and the silence of ruins. Yet the lesson of Rome is not fatalism. It is a call to imagination, to dream boldly, to learn from the past, to build for the future. The endurance of Rome in global consciousness is proof that civilizations can change, adapt, and inspire long after their armies have marched and their emperors have fallen. The universal city, imagined in stone and story, remains a place where each generation can ask what it means to be human, and what kind of world we wish to leave behind. In the end, Rome as inspiration is not just a memory of what once was, but a question. What might we dare to build next? How will we imagine our own utopias and guard against our own dystopias? The answers, as always, await in the shadows and sunlight of the eternal city. As the sun sets over the ruins of the Forum, the story of Rome continues, not in the march of legions or the proclamations of emperors, but in the journeys of people. For if Rome taught the world anything, it is that identity is never fixed, and that civilization is made not just by rulers, but by the countless men and women who move, adapt, and make a home wherever they find themselves. Rome's story is a story of diasporas, of migration, exile, return, and the endless search for belonging. Long before the word diaspora was coined, the Roman world was already a mosaic of peoples on the move. Soldiers and slaves, merchants and artisans, pilgrims and refugees, all crossed the roads and seas that Rome built. In the city itself, the faces of Africa, the voices of Syria, the gestures of Gaul and Greece mingled in the crowded streets. Roman citizenship, once jealously guarded, was gradually extended to embrace a world of diversity, turning strangers into fellow citizens. The empire became a laboratory for mixing cultures, languages, and faiths. Rome's openness was both pragmatic and visionary. The empire needed talent, engineers, scribes, physicians, and soldiers, and it found them wherever it could. Communities of Jews, Greeks, Egyptians, and countless others flourished under the imperial umbrella. In cities like Ostia, Lyon, Alexandria, and Londinium, evidence of cultural hybridity is found in tombstones, household gods, and the mingling of dialects. Rome was at once a city and an idea, a place where the boundaries of identity could be stretched and redrawn, but migration was not always voluntary. The Roman slave trade uprooted millions, moving people from one end of the empire to the other. Wars and rebellions produced waves of refugees and captives. The empire's collapse and the invasions of the 4th and 5th centuries scattered entire populations, Goths, Vandals, Huns, and others, across the Old World, forever changing the map of Europe and the Mediterranean. The search for safety, for food, for hope, drove families and communities to reinvent themselves again and again. After Rome's fall, the theme of diaspora continued. The Jewish diaspora, already ancient, found new homes in the cities of the former empire. Christian monks and missionaries set out from Rome and Byzantium, carrying the faith to distant lands, Scotland, Ethiopia, Armenia, and beyond. Traders and travelers, pilgrims and wanderers kept the roads and sea lanes open, moving goods and ideas from one continent to another. The memory of Rome's inclusiveness, however imperfect, lingered in the laws and customs of successor states. Charlemagne's empire, the caliphates of Baghdad and Cordoba, the kingdoms of medieval Europe, all grappled with the challenge of diversity, seeking to balance local traditions with universal claims. The language of citizenship, borrowed from Rome, was adapted to new realities, shaping debates about rights and belonging that echo to this day. In the modern age, the descendants of Rome's diasporas live in every corner of the world. Italian communities flourish in New York and São Paulo, Melbourne and Toronto, Buenos Aires and Johannesburg. The legacy of Roman migration can be seen in the cuisines, languages, and festivals of cities thousands of miles from the Tiber. The Frazist very idea of cosmopolitanism, the belief that people of different backgrounds can live together, learning from one another, traces its roots to the world Rome created. Yet migration remains a challenge, and belonging a contested prize. The questions that face the Romans: who is a citizen? Who can claim the protection of the law? How do we live with difference? Are as urgent now as they were 2,000 years ago. In the streets of Rome today, migrants from Africa, the Middle East, Asia, and Eastern Europe join tourists and locals, each bringing their own hopes, fears, and memories. The city remains a crossroads, both welcoming and wary, ancient and ever-renewing. Rome's diasporas remind us that identity is a process, not a possession. People move, stories change, and cultures grow richer through contact and exchange. In every Roman inscription found in Britain or Syria, every mosaic in North Africa or Spain, every church in Armenia or Ethiopia, the marks of journey and adaptation can be read. The Roman world, like our own, was shaped by those willing to cross borders and imagine new lives. In literature and art, the theme of exile and return echoes through the ages. Virgil's Aeneid, the story of a refugee searching for a home, became Rome's founding myth, a tale of endurance, loss, and hope. Later generations found comfort in the idea that even the greatest cities are built by strangers. The poet Ovid, exiled from Rome to the distant shores of the Black Sea, wrote of longing and transformation. Barbarus hic ego sum, quia non intellegor uli. Here I am, the barbarian, because I am understood by no one. His words still speak to all who have left home in search of a future. Modern historians and archaeologists have uncovered the stories of those forgotten by official chronicles. Freed slaves who rose to prominence, merchants who traveled from India to London, soldiers who retired far from home and started families in distant lands. Each of these lives is a thread in the tapestry of Rome, a reminder that history is made not only by the powerful, but by the countless unnamed who dared to move, to adapt, to begin again. In our own time, the legacies of migration are both celebrated and debated. The Roman Empire's ability to integrate outsiders is admired, even as its limitations and injustices are acknowledged. The debates about citizenship, borders, and rights in Europe, the Americas, and beyond are haunted by the memory of Rome's promises and failures. The dream of a universal city, where all are welcome and all belong, remains as powerful and as elusive as ever. As the documentary draws to a close, the camera returns to the eternal city. Children play among the ruins, students gather on the Spanish Steps. Voices speaking every language mingle in the shadow of the Pantheon. Rome, for all its age, is still alive with change, its story written every day by newcomers and natives alike. The city is a palimpsest, each layer of migration and memory leaving its mark, each new arrival adding a note to the ancient song. The story of Rome is unfinished, because the story of humanity is unfinished. In a world increasingly defined by movement, by the journeys of refugees, migrants, exiles, and adventurers, Rome's experience offers both inspiration and warning. Its greatest gift may be the lesson that identity, far from being a wall, is a bridge, that in crossing from one world to another, we find not only new homes, but new ways of being human. And so, as the sun fades behind the domes and rooftops of the eternal city, we are left with a final reflection, that Rome endures not because of its armies or its monuments, but because of its openness to change, its embrace of difference, and its willingness to imagine a world where all roads can, in the end, lead home.